This could be insane for the GPU market. It looks like
Well, again.
China have finally developed their first homegrown GPU that can compete on some levels with Nvidia alternatives. Now, I
Some
have to
levels.
say at the top of this video, the caveat is very strong here. This card, which I'm about to show you, the performance is nowhere near as good as the Nvidia alternative. Also, it is nowhere near in price. It is more expensive. But the
More,
main
more expensive for less.
takeaway here
Great.
is China is starting to develop its own internal homegrown GPUs. And this could lead to an effect that we've seen with electric cars, with solar panels, and other technologies that China have been pushing forward. You could say with drone technology as well, and 3D printers and stuff like that. But I think EVs are probably the best example. Large companies get funded by the government and they fight internally in the Chinese market, developing their own cars. And eventually the market decides which ones go forward, and then they go onto a global scale. It looks like we're starting to see that with GPUs. Now, it is interesting as well to talk about RAM, because there is Chinese manufacturers with DRAM, and we are going to cover that in this video. And remember, prices of GPUs, prices of CPUs, prices of memory, storage, everything is going through the roof because of the AI build-out demand. And also, you've got to remember, Nvidia are no longer reporting their consumer GPU sales in their earnings. They're that insignificant to Nvidia. They literally could not care, because they want to sell their AI-specific products, which use a lot of the same components as their consumer GPU. So obviously, they don't really care about reporting that. And like I said, it's so low in their priority. And we know that they're not releasing any new cards this year, and that will probably extend into future years as well, because simply they are making hundreds of billions of dollars on AI data center build out. Okay, enough of the intro, but I did want to make it very clear that what I'm about to show you is not some sort of amazing thing which is super cheap, and it's like this amazing Temu GPU thing you're going to be able to buy for $100 and it's incredible performance. It's not, but it's a start. Okay, this is the swanky video. I'm going to let this run in the background. I'm going to take some details here though off of Digital Foundry, because they've got a bit of a recap. So, testing by the Chinese channel Chaowanki, I think that's how you say it. Again, if I get things wrong, I do apologize. This GPU is called the Lizwan GPU, and it is trailing behind the Arc B580, I believe that's an Intel one, at the RTX 3060, obviously Nvidia, and the RX 6600 XT from AMD. I nearly said ATI. I'm that old. Break out the Radeons, let's go. It says that it's trailing by a huge margin to those cards, but it can at least run a selection of modern games at somewhat playable frame rates. The 7G100 turns in a 71 FPS average in Shadow of the Tomb Raider at 1080p versus 159 for the RX 6600 XT. Other titles are less competitive, with the 7G100 only managing 48 FPS average in Forza Horizon 5 with a punishing 18 FPS 1% low versus 228 FPS average and a low of 189 FPS for the second worst performing RTX 4060. Forza Horizon 6 blocks the GPU entirely with an error screen on boot, so it's certainly a spectrum when it comes to performance. Okay, so how much is this card, right? If you don't fully understand what I've just read off from Digital Foundry, I'll try and recap it, but basically this is a card that is, the performance isn't that great, but the fact it can run some of these games is a notable sort of milestone in Chinese internal GPU production and development. And also, it's got to be said, it's very difficult to produce drivers for these cards. It's very difficult to get them to work on different operating systems. There's a lot that goes into this. So they've got to really rapidly try and catch up to the likes of Nvidia and AMD to even get like dream of getting on that.
They will be there like in 5 years, I bet. Chinese people working really fast and hard.
Level. But what makes this interesting, like I said, is the fact that it's the first time we've seen a semi-competitive card. But like I said, there's going to be a ton of issues with this. You could have things like export restrictions. The US do this specifically with electric cars. They're not available in the US if they're Chinese. And so there's all kinds of things like that which will go on. And again, you could say security concerns, right? Do you want a CCP driver set installed on your PC? But then you could argue you've already got like, Google and Nvidia, so like they've all got our data anyway, so who knows, right? But what I want to show you here is the price, right? So this community note is actually quite good over on Twitter. So it costs 3,299 RMB, which is the Chinese currency. which is actually 485 USD. And the Nvidia 4060, which is what this is trying to compete with, and remember, the Nvidia 4060 is miles faster anyway, has got a retail price of around 299. In the UK, this is like 300 quid plus, but it's still miles cheaper than this Chinese GPU. And again, remember, the issue will be driver compatibility, game compatibility. This is going to suffer in that regard. But if China can get that right, then maybe we could start seeing a world where we do get cheaper GPUs and better performance. And let's be real here, the likes of Nvidia and even probably AMD are going to move in this direction, are moving away from consumer GPUs because they're after that massive honeypot, that massive pot of gold, which is from the hyperscalers wanting to buy AI specific chips, and they want to service that rather than give us gaming GPUs. And again, it's not just PCs, right? This disseminates out to everything. It's handheld consoles, it's mobile phones, it's absolutely everything. But yeah, this is not as great as I think some places are putting this out as like, wow, this is amazing, this is the future. But I think it's something to be aware of, that China is starting to build its own GPUs, which is interesting. So the big takeaway will be, can they actually drill down and do a similar thing as what they did with their EV market, where there's a bunch of manufacturers that are all competing for an internal market? Eventually the product gets good enough that it goes international. Maybe we'll see that, I don't know. But like I said, if that does happen, which it might happen because China is chasing semiconductors in a big way. Remember, they don't have access to the latest lithography, I think it's ultraviolet or ultra high wavelength, whatever the hell it is. Basically the latest machines from ASML, which are used to basically print the chips onto silicon. Again, I'm not going to get overly technical because I'm an idiot myself. But China doesn't have access to those machines, so it can't actually produce the highest end chips internally. So they're trying to find different ways of doing it, and maybe they will. Maybe.
Well, low end. Five in May 2025. I bet one of these machines is going to China. Like, there's no way China won't have one of these.
Maybe this GPU pathway
Like,
going
come
on is the
on.
start of that kind of process. So I think it's going to be interesting to watch. But as I said, there will be export restrictions placed on this stuff to markets like North America. Europe's probably a little bit more open to this. So if you're in Europe, maybe you will start seeing Chinese GPUs at some point. North America, maybe not so much so, but it might actually make the likes of Nvidia and AMD start servicing the consumer market again, which would be good for us. Okay, let's talk about RAM, because it isn't just about GPUs, it's about RAM as well. So again, this is another market which is open for somebody to come and enter and start servicing at an acceptable price range, right? Now, the demand for memory is going through the roof. So loads of memory is required. So it would go to sort of reason that if tons of memory can be made, then it should get cheaper the more of it gets made, right? So that's a very simplistic way of looking at it. It's the way I'd like to look at it. But we do know companies like Micron have completely cancelled their consumer brands like Crucial. They don't make that anymore, so you cannot buy that memory for your PC. They just make high bandwidth memory for AI applications because it makes them tons of money. This company, I've covered them before a few months ago. So CXMT is a Chinese memory manufacturer, and this article on Tom's Hardware is actually pretty good. So they're saying Chinese memory maker CXMT enters mainstream consumer memory with Corsair Vengeance DDR5 kit. Chinese-made DRAM emerges as an antidote for crushing shortages. Now, I've got this memory in my PC, but I don't have the Chinese chips in it, obviously. I think, I don't know who supplied, I think it may have been SK Hynix supplied these in the past, I believe. Well, it says there actually, look, in massive letters, Micron or Samsung or SK Hynix. So basically all the main manufacturers used to supply them, but they're struggling. Now, Nvidia have actually come out and said they secured all of their memory requirements before the prices increased and before the demand got constrained. Companies like Corsair obviously were struggling to secure that supply of memory chips. Now, this is all debatable. It could be the price was getting too much, so they couldn't secure them anyway. They need to find alternate manufacturers. All the alternate manufacturers are going to AI applications. All the big three you can see on the screen there. So it's like, what is left? So it looks like CXMT might actually be bridging this gap. And the article goes on to say, anyway, in late 2024, China-based Shangjing Memory Technologies began producing DDR5 modules aimed at the consumer market. Since then, the company has even laid out a roadmap that currently puts its max DDR5 capabilities at 8,000 MTS across 16 gigabit and 24 gigabit densities. Fast forward to today, and we're finally seeing Chinese DRAM in mainstream products. More specifically, a Corsair Vengeance DDR5 16 gig stick purchased in China by the user WXNOD, running at 6,000
wow.
MTS with
But still,
CL36 speeds or CL36 speeds. So you can see they are starting to produce this stuff, and there is definitely a market for this because these memory manufacturers need it. They can't get this stuff from, the usual three. They're going to have to go elsewhere. So again, like I think this is how can I recap this? Like I don't want to get too technical and start reading off all these statistics with cards and stuff like that. But I think it's like we're in a world where, this takes me back to when I first started like kind of addressing these videos, these topics in the videos where I was like, everything's going to get massively more expensive. And we know the likes of Nvidia want to move to terminal-based cloud computing. We know Amazon want you to do that as well. They want you to rent compute off them. That's the future they want. And that ain't a future I want. That shouldn't be a future you want either, because you'll lose control of your hardware. You lose control ultimately of what you can do with that hardware, which is terrible. And that's not great for freedom, and we shouldn't have that. But it looks like there may be a bit of a shining beacon here, unless you're going to stump up the massively inflated prices for memory, storage, GPUs, CPUs, etc. You are maybe, if you can hang on for a few years, going to see the rise of cheaper Chinese alternatives. And again, to bang on about the EV markets, if you look at EV cars, I know I'm in the UK. If you guys are in the UK watching this video, you will notice there is a hell of a lot of Chinese electric cars on the road now. But what's that one that sort of looks like a Range Rover? It's a Jackwoo or something like that. But you see tons of them driving around. And the reason is they're cheap and they're decent. So people will buy them. And what about the other alternatives from, maybe French manufacturers and things like that? You don't see them. Oh, okay, you still see them quite a lot. But you're starting to see more of the Chinese cars coming online because they've had this internal race to try and make their systems better internally, and then they go out to the wider market. And can you argue with them? Well, they seem to be doing quite well in the UK, the cars do. So maybe this could extend to GPUs and it could extend to memory modules in the future. And maybe China will just start producing its own complete DDR5 sticks, and there won't be intermediaries like Corsair and other companies actually buying the components. We might just see loads of this stuff available, and then things become cheaper again. I don't know. One thing I will say as well, just to recap the video, is to talk about AI a little bit. When you, maybe not recap the video, but just end the video, AI, the Western models are frontier models that run in the cloud predominantly, and well, they all run in the cloud, and they take a ton of compute. The Chinese models are generally open source models. Yeah, they still have massive models running in the cloud, don't get me wrong, but they've got a lot of open source models, and they are massively ahead in terms of cost per token with these open source models, so they're much cheaper to run than frontier models from the West. But also they're open. You can get them and do what you like with them. Yes, obviously there's security issues and whatever, but you can get these things and do whatever you like with them. That's a distinct difference with the Chinese approach compared to the Western
exactly,
approach.
bro.
Now, maybe that could apply as well to things like memory, things like GPUs, and we start to see them flooding the market with powerful hardware that's very cheap, similar to what they've done with EVs and solar panels and all of that kind of stuff. So I think this is a very interesting topic, but we could be going into a world where there's going to be more than just the likes of Nvidia and AMD and Intel, although the Intel cards maybe not the best, but Intel cards generally have problems with their drivers, but they're not totally trash. They're much better than they used to be. But obviously Nvidia and AMD are the market leaders for PC-based and console-based graphics GPU supplies as well. But let me know what you think about this in the comments below. I think the big question is, would you trust putting a full-blown piece of Chinese hardware in your PC and downloading the driver set and then going from there. It's interesting, isn't it? Like, imagine if I said you could get like a 4090 or a 5090, but it was half the price and it was the same performance and it ran all the same games. Would you buy that? You probably would, right? I probably would, because at the end of the day, that's what matters, right? It's the cost of things. It's an interesting topic, though. Let me know what you think about this in the comments below, guys. I've been Stylosa, and it's absolutely massively hot in the UK. It's like 32 degrees. I'm going to go and literally melt away. Goodbye.
Bob. I don't think so.
I'm here with MKBHD, and we're gonna try to steal $10,000 from his locked iPhone.
Really hope it doesn't work. Really hope it doesn't work.
I'm gonna get you to put that phone down on top
This is a second part.
of this device.
Okay.
I think the
just put it down
first
there.
part
I'll
about
put it on.
credit cards
like-
is super
Yeah, alright.
interesting.
I feel like I'm a bit of a magician, but I'm like, I haven't
Yeah.
changed anything, right?
Okay. Yeah.
It's still locked.
It's locked.
Nothing else.
Yeah.
It's just a regular payment terminal.
Yeah.
Nothing weird about that.
Seen these.
We'll start with a little, like, maybe 100. No, maybe $5. Let's start something like.
Yeah, five.
Let's start with five. Let's
Sounds
start with
great. Yeah, $5.
Do you think that we can take, like, will we be able to get this out of your phone?
I hope not, but I
It
kind
will
of feel-
work. Come on, everything is possible. There's just zero chance nothing will work. In world of science, like come
feel
on.
like you will. let's see.
So now I'm gonna charge $5 on this device. Your phone's still locked, right?
Yep.
I haven't done anything.
Like a David Blaine.
It's like the nerdiest David Blaine.
Yeah.
Sweet. So, let's try tap. We'll go.
What just happened on my phone? Approved. Whoa. Approved. So okay, I heard something happen on my phone while you tapped this on this.
Yes. We got a little receipt for you.
Credit, verified on device, $5. So I'm gonna check my phone. Oh, I have a new $5 charge. And it's timestamped right now. I don't like that at all. So that's concerning. Oh, so my phone had to be on this thing.
Yes.
Did it have to be on this thing? Or like near it, I guess?
So the way, well, I could explain how it works, but maybe
Yeah.
before that, $5, it's not very much.
Yeah.
Do we want to try upping it a bit?
I'm
gonna enter a slightly larger amount.
careful. Careful with that. Careful. Careful. That's a lot of zeros. Careful with that. Oh my God. Okay.
Do you even think it's possible? Firstly, $10,000.
I mean,
Yes.
the limit.
Yes, it is. Like come on. This is probably from. This is not NFC limited, right?
on the card is above that.
You can pay anything. There's no limit for paying with your physical card or mobile card. Although NFC is limited in EU or UK, I think.
I don't know
Not sure about my country. I don't have NFC anyway.
if Apple Pay will let you do that.
The question is also, are you used to spending this amount of money on this card? You know?
Not from my phone.
Not
This
from
is like
your
a
phone.
big screen activity, like
Yeah.
$10,000 purchase. I gotta be checking everything. So yeah, no, this would be unusual.
Let's see it. Let's see if it works. Okay, I'm gonna do it again. We're just all we gotta do again. Put your phone locked
Phone
on this device.
locked on that device.
Yes, exactly. And okay, we're gonna
That's me, bro.
start the script
Think
again.
how this works.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh man, he's using Mac. Yeah. What commands he have here? This system. This is. I don't see it.
No, just green, approved.
Print that up. Print that. Oh, we did that. That is crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that back.
Yeah.
For sure, I'm gonna need that back. But also, did that just? Yeah, wow. It worked.
$10,000.
All right, I believe you. I definitely believe you. How do we get this back? We do like a little Venmo or like PayPal?
You know, do we give it back though?
Reverse the transaction? I don't even know. Do I call my company? That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. You can keep this if you want to.
Yeah.
Get it framed.
Yeah, a receipt of the damage. I never unlocked my phone. I never put in the password. I never did what I would normally do to verify a transaction on my phone.
Yes.
It just happened to be on top of that.
So how did we do it? Well, we teamed up with two cybersecurity experts.
Here you go. Those motherfuckers.
Professors Ioana Borenu and Tom Chofia, and we went to visit them at the University of Surrey, where they ran us through a unique hack that they developed to bypass a phone's lock screen and then to drain funds from inside its mobile wallet.
Without unlocking my phone is the real magic part. That's crazy.
And the craziest thing of all is that this hack was made public back in 2021. So people have known that it's possible to take money from locked phones in this way for 5 years.
So what kind of amounts does this?
The only limit is how much someone has in their bank account.
Yet the loophole still hasn't been fixed. So how does it work? Well, whenever you use Tap to Pay, your phone and the reader exchange information about the transaction. But they send this information through the air via a shared magnetic field. So we can intercept the communication and alter it. All we need to do is to insert our own devices in between the phone and the reader. First, we tap Marquez's phone against this. It's an NFC device called a Proxmark. To Marquez's phone, the Proxmark looks like a typical card reader, so it happily sends over its transaction data. That Proxmark then sends that data straight to our laptop, where we run a Python script to modify it. Next, the laptop sends the data to our burner phone, which I tap on the actual card reader. To the reader, my phone looks just like Marquez's. So both Marquez's phone and the card reader think they're talking directly to each other, when in fact, all their communication goes through our series of devices. This is a classic man-in-the-middle attack. Now, getting in the middle to intercept the data is actually the easy part. The hard part is what you need to do to that data to trick the phone and the reader into authorizing the transaction. See, to actually steal money using this attack, you have to get past 3 layers of defense on both systems. And to do that...
But how you do it, like, physically? You need to be very close, like, unless you're a cashier or something. Yeah.
we have to tell 3 lies. 2 to the phone and 1 to the reader. So the first layer of defense is the simplest. The phone is locked. And in an ordinary transaction, you have to unlock your phone to pay. But this is no ordinary transaction.
So, you know, if you ever go to the subway, there's a feature that Apple's created where, you know, when you walk through, they don't want a bunch of people lining up and, you know, having to unlock their face and, you know, maybe they're wearing a coat and glasses and stuff.
Express transit mode.
Apple introduced Express Transit Mode in 2019 to let you make transit transactions without having to unlock your phone. The way this works is that the payment terminals on the subway or on the bus broadcast a message that identifies them as a transit terminal. Then when you tap your phone to pay, it looks for whatever card is in the transit slot of its mobile wallet, and it pays without needing to unlock. This is super convenient, but we can also abuse it.
We found out how this worked by going to the London Underground with our laptops and our equipment and actually scanning the signals and seeing what the gate was saying to the phone. And that's how we discovered this code the gates send, which unlocked the phone.
We use the Proxmark to broadcast that same code, which fools Marquez's phone into thinking that it's a transit reader. So when we tap Marquez's phone against the Proxmark, it's now expecting to receive another message with the details about the transit transaction.
Bro.
Here's what that message would typically look like in binary code.
No way.
Each of these bits carries important information about the transaction. Now, the important part of this message for us is this bit. An authentic transit transaction would have a 1 right here. This tells the phone that the reader may be offline, like if it's underground on the subway, in which case the phone would need to send an extra layer of authentication. So when Marquez's phone receives the transaction request from what it thinks is a transit reader, it's going to be expecting that value to be set to 1. But in reality, the device sending the request is our retail reader, and this reader is online, which means that that bit is currently set to 0. Therefore, to trick the phone into accepting the transaction, we intercept the message from the reader, pass it through our computer, and we change that 0 to a 1. So by the time the message gets to Marquez's phone, it looks like a transit transaction.
As
That's a very expensive transit.
this communicates
Transaction.
through our computer, we're convincing the phone that it is in fact talking to a transit terminal.
But now there's a second line of defense we need to break.
With this first lie, we bypass the need to unlock the phone, and we can now trick it into making small payments of a few dollars. The kind you'd expect on the subway. But if we suddenly went and asked the phone for $10,000, well, its guard would go way back up. After all, it's pretty unusual for a transit reader to ask for such a large amount of money. So this activates a second layer of defense, customer verification. On contactless payments like this, there are 2 categories of transaction. We got high value and low value. Any transaction that's classified as high value requires additional verification from the customer.
For example, in the UK, most banks require a PIN or fingerprint or facial recognition for any transaction over £100. So for us to get this $10,000 payment through without customer verification, we need to trick the phone into thinking that $10,000 is in fact a low-value transaction.
And that's actually surprisingly simple.
That's because to determine whether the transaction is high value, Marquez's phone doesn't actually look at the numerical value of $10,000. It just looks at another single bit of information
Oh my
in the
god.
transaction data. A 1 here means high value, and 0 means low. The reason for this is that the boundary between high and low value varies from country to country. And of course, different countries operate in different currencies. So a simple label allows the flexibility to deal with these variations, and it allows the limits to be changed without the banks
No
needing to issue
way.
new cards. So all we need to do is intercept the message from the reader, flip that bit to a 0, and then the phone will believe that this transaction is
The
low
same
value,
method as
even
before.
though it's for $10,000. Then, when the phone receives our request for a $10,000 transaction, it doesn't ask for customer verification. It just goes ahead and authorizes the transaction.
Now, you might be asking, why is this data so easy to tamper with? And we'll get to that in just a minute. But we have one final security check to overcome. See, with these first 2 lies, we bypassed unlocking the phone and then tricked it into making a high-value transaction without asking for verification. So the phone is fully convinced and it's ready to make the payment. But we still need to convince the reader that the transaction's valid.
And this is where our third lie comes in. When Marquez's phone replies, it says it's approved the $10,000 transaction, but it also says that it hasn't asked for customer verification. No PIN, no fingerprint, no facial recognition. But if the reader sees this, it'll reject the transaction, because it knows that the $10,000 payment it originally asked for is high value. It should therefore require customer verification. So now we need to trick the reader into thinking that the customer has verified the payment. So we intercept the response from Marquez's phone and look for the bit of information that says customer verification hasn't been done. Then we change it to say that the payment has been verified by flipping this 0 to a 1. Now the reader's happy. It forwards the information onto the bank, and the bank authorizes
It's
the
the
payment.
same method over and
all, it
over.
sees a
There's no way that's how. This is not as secure. Are they
Action that's been
stupid?
verified by the customer on their device.
Green, approved.
That is crazy.
Verified on device? Yeah, verified.
You didn't verify it.
Right.
So why isn't all this information encrypted?
That would make it impossible to secretly tamper with. Well, the way the phone and reader communicate has to be compatible with thousands of different devices, which would be impossible to update all in one go. So for that reason, the information we've looked at so far is just sent across unencrypted. Even still, phones, readers, and banks all have checks in place to make sure an attack like this can't happen. And normally it can't, except if you happen to use a specific type of phone and a specific type of card. because when you combine them in this particular scenario, they create a loophole.
So our hack relied on a specific phone and credit card combination. We also use a sophisticated method developed by cybersecurity experts. But hackers or scammers online, well, they don't need to be that smart. Often they can just buy information to target you. When I started working at Veritasium, I was on a work trip to go meet Derek for the first time, and I got an email from somebody who was saying he was Derek asking for my phone number. That made a ton of sense. I was leaving the airport, so I just responded by sending my phone number. I immediately was like, wait, let me look at that. I checked the email, not Derek. Of course, for the next few months, I was just getting scam call after scam call. That's one way they can get you. I felt like an idiot, but it's not just scam calls like that. I've also had that feeling after news of a major data breach. I've wondered whether me using some website has led to my personal information being exposed somewhere without me even knowing about it. But you can protect your personal info with today's sponsor, Incogni. See, whenever scammers purchase your email, phone number, and even your home address from data brokers, Incogni automates the grueling process of requesting that these data brokers delete your information. Okay, so I've had this since June 2025, and since then, we've had 94 different removal requests. And I really like how you can track the progress in this dashboard here. They've estimated that that saved me 70 hours and 30 minutes.
But it's actually removed at all? Like, there's no way everything is removed completely.
Of my own time if I were to reach out to these people myself. And with Incogni's new custom removal feature in their unlimited plans, you can point to any specific site where your
How you actually check it's actually removed?
information is visible. And then one of their privacy agents will take care of the rest. So to take your data off the market today, go to incogni.com/Veritasium. And then use code Veritasium for 60% off. You can click the link below, or you can scan this QR code to claim that 60% off and get your personal data off the market. I want to thank Incogni for sponsoring this video about taking money from Marques Brownlee. And now, let's get back to that thing.
So which combination of card and phone make this hack possible? Firstly, the phone has to be an iPhone. As we saw earlier, when an iPhone is deciding whether to ask for customer verification, it doesn't look at the numerical value of the transaction. It only looks at the high value or low value label provided by the reader.
But other phones don't work that way.
For example, when a Samsung phone goes into transit mode, it doesn't rely on this low value label from the reader. It looks at the actual numerical value of the transaction, and it only accepts a payment of $0. Then it relies on the transport provider to count up all the times you've used the subway, and then to send you a bill at the end of the day. So if a Samsung phone saw a transit terminal trying to charge you $10,000 for a single tap, it would immediately reject it.
But it's not just Apple's transit mode that makes this hack possible. You've got to have one specific type of card in the transit slot.
It was truly a design feature that was introduced by the way you mixed Apple and Visa.
And the reason that this works with a Visa card, but wouldn't with, say, a MasterCard, comes down to the different processes they use to verify transactions.
So what is it about Visa's verification process that makes this hack possible?
In a previous video, we saw that any card transaction relies on a secret cryptographic key shared by the card and the bank. When you tap the card or phone onto a reader, the reader sends across a long string of transaction details. The card then applies its secret key to garble that message into a unique code for the transaction. The card sends this to the reader, which the reader forwards onto the bank, along with the raw transaction details. The bank then applies its own secret key to the raw data as well, and if the output matches the one from the card, the bank authorizes the transaction. This is called symmetric cryptography, since the card and the bank use the same secret key. And this step is required in all transactions, no matter whether you have a Visa, a MasterCard, or something else. But there's actually another layer of security, which MasterCard uses in all of its transactions, but in this particular case, Visa doesn't. This layer of security is not between the card and the bank, but between the card and the reader. And it's at this step where MasterCard thwarts our attack. The second step relies on asymmetric cryptography, so-called because it uses two different keys. A private key for the card and a public key for the reader. It starts with the reader sending across the transaction details to the card, just like before. The card then uses its private key to garble that message into another long string of digits. This is the card's digital signature for the transaction. The card sends this signature back to the reader, along with the public key, which the reader then uses to verify that the signature came from that specific card for this specific transaction.
To illustrate how this works, let's consider a simple example.
The private key and public key both have two components. N is a shared number, in this case, let's say 55. D is the card's private number, let's say 7. And E is the public number, let's say 3. Now, when the reader sends across the raw transaction data, it represents it as one long number. But for simplicity, we'll use a much smaller one, let's say 2. To sign for the transaction, the card or the phone raises the transaction number, in this case 2, to the power of its private number. So we get 128. And then divides this by the shared number, 128 over 55, which leaves a remainder of 18. And this is the card's signature, 18, which it sends on to the reader. Now, the reader needs to know whether the transaction is valid. So it takes the card's signature and raises it to the power of the public number. Then it takes the remainder when you divide by the shared number, 55. And you get 2. This matches the original transaction data the reader sent to the card. The reason this works is that the private and public numbers are specifically chosen, so that when combined with the shared number, the public key effectively reverses the operation of the private key. And this allows the reader to verify that the card's signature is valid, without ever having seen its private number. This is based on a type of cryptography called RSA. In reality, the numbers involved are much larger.
But that makes it incredibly secure, because that makes it virtually impossible to reverse engineer the card's private key. And it also means that even a 1-digit change in the transaction data will produce a different result when the reader checks the phone's signature, in which case the reader won't approve the transaction.
This is a problem because we've modified the data. The reader's expecting a signature for a high-value retail transaction, but we intercepted the communication, so the phone's signature is actually for low-value transit transaction. This wouldn't pass the asymmetric signature check. But while MasterCard always requires this asymmetric verification, which would spot our hack, Visa doesn't. They only require this signature in certain situations, like when the reader's offline. For example, when you're underground with no signal, there's no way for the reader to communicate with the bank for that first layer of symmetric cryptography, at least not until it comes back online. So during our attack, we make sure the reader is online the whole time. That way, it doesn't bother using the asymmetric layer of security, which contains the signature that would unravel our lives. But the funny thing is, we've tricked the phone into thinking it's interacting with the transit reader. And transit transactions are one of those times where Visa does require the asymmetric signature, since the reader could be underground on the subway, and therefore offline. So the phone actually does send across its signature to the reader, but the reader doesn't check it, because in reality, the reader's online. So instead, it just relies on that first layer of security with the bank. Even though, if it did check the phone's signature, it would have all the evidence it needed to stop the hack.
So yeah, there you go.
Makes sense that it's that sophisticated, because it shouldn't be that easy, but that still seemed way too easy.
And Marquez was not the only victim. I thought it was only fair that I first try it out on myself.
Approved. Yeah, here. Your souvenir from the UK, from Tom and me.
Oh, what a lovely receipt for this theft.
And then I got another victim with a bit of a bigger budget.
Our channel has a CFO basically who lives very nearby. What we're doing is we're setting it to be your transit card.
Okay.
So that means that if you're in London, you have to use the tube.
Yeah.
It'll take money from this card. Something just happened.
Yep.
How you feel about that?
Oh my goodness me. Oh my God.
There you go.
We were just going to meet for a drink. That's what, that was the agreement.
In the real world, say you had your phone in your pocket,
Yeah.
I would walk by you
Yeah.
doing this, and Tom would have this in a shop and pay.
The easiest way for this to actually be a crime would be a stolen iPhone,
Sure.
and then someone goes and spends thousands of pounds.
So you could buy a car with this.
Yeah, theoretically, jeez.
Yeah.
I guess from your perspective, you've revealed all this information publicly, and you're telling us. We're walking in through it in great detail. How do we stop people from using this can we stop people? Like, whose responsibility is it to stop this?
Oh, whose responsibility is it is an interesting question.
Yeah.
But you can stop it by turning transit mode off.
Or not turn it off, but not have a Visa card in transit mode on an Apple.
Yes.
And you do need to be careful, because as soon as you have a suitable card in your Apple Wallet, Express Transit mode is turned on by default.
Oh.
This hack
I don't
was
have that.
first made public way back in 2021, after the professors had informed Apple and Visa privately. And to get to the bottom of why it's still possible, we reached out to Apple, and they didn't agree to an interview. But here's what they said.
This is a concern with the Visa system, but Visa does not believe this kind of fraud is likely to take place in the real world. Visa has made it clear that their cardholders are protected by Visa's zero liability policy. This is exactly the same as their position when the hack was first made public back in 2021.
So it seems like Apple are basically saying, well, this is a Visa problem. So we went and asked Visa what they thought.
I think this specific vulnerability is likely within a controlled setting, very unlikely from a scaled real world setting. And then kind of the last point is from a consumer perspective, is that in the cases where this is successful, they have the ability to dispute this transaction and get their refunds returned to them.
I think that's fair. You're saying it's not entirely scalable, and then even if it does happen, we'll give you your money back. Like that's a great stance. I still think though, a lot of people, and I think our audience would really want to hear that you're actually making the technical changes to stop this from ever happening again.
Is when you think about it from a scale perspective, and whether the network level defenses that we have are effective in making sure that this type of vulnerability is isolated, we believe it is effective. Because if it wasn't, you would hear a lot more data about how this is an issue, and it simply isn't. The point that I'm making is that you're never going to be able to completely eradicate any specific type of fraud because it's going to exist, right?
Yes.
What I'm saying is that we have the right detections in place to ensure that this type of fraud is not endemic.
Would it not be even better to just say this type of fraud is not possible? Why not just say it's not probable? Why not just totally get rid of it by implementing an actual technical change?
If you think about for every $100 of spend that occurs on card payments, 10 cents of that is lost to fraud. So every $100, it's 10 cents. If you look at in-person transactions, which is what kind of this topic is really much more related to, that number goes down to 2 cents for every $100 of fraud that's being made.
So I've been thinking about this hack, and it reminds me a lot about people who are afraid of flying. Statistically, you're a lot more likely to crash on the drive to the airport than you are in the air. So I do understand Visa's argument generally. Compared to other kinds of fraud, this is just a drop in the ocean. But airlines don't accept a small number of crashes each year as an inevitable cost of doing business. No, anytime there's a crash, they analyze it meticulously. Then they do everything in their power to make sure that it's never gonna happen again.
So there must be a massive fraud using this method to actually do something. Yeah.
Visa says that they'll get you your money back, and that's great. But you've still got to notice the charge, dispute it, and then wait. Imagine waking up to see $10,000 gone from your account. That's money for rent, insurance, car payment, or a medical bill. Even if the refund does come, the stress before is going to be very real. So for me, the question is whether just saying they're going to refund it after the fact is good enough. Or when a system touches the lives of so many people, should we expect better?
Okay, yeah, that's the whole demo. I will now give you your money back.
Yes. What happens if you drop 0.125 grams of antimatter? Well, let's see what
There is a
antimatter-
prequel
What is even
to the
antimatter?
Da Vinci Code. It's called Angels and Demons. And in it, terrorists steal 1/8 of a gram of antimatter from CERN to try to blow up the Vatican. Because the thing is, when antimatter and matter meet, they annihilate, turning nearly 100% of their combined mass into pure energy. This is via E = mc². It is the most violent process physics allows.
Let's go! Oh my god.
Now, that was just a novel, but CERN actually is making antimatter. And we got to visit it. This is CERN's antimatter factory. There's antiprotons going beneath our feet.
They are under our feet at this time.
Here, protons are accelerated up to 99.93% the speed of light and smashed into an iridium target to produce 20 million antiprotons every minute. This is so much bigger than I was thinking.
It's much smaller than the facility in EU. In the EU. In which country? Like in Swiss? I don't know.
This is crazy. Antimatter is the most expensive substance in the universe. $1 billion per gram.
No way, go up. We are missing zeros here.
And CERN makes it to do something that seems impossible. So you're making anti-atoms?
Yes.
CERN made the first anti-hydrogen atoms back in 1995. But they quickly ran into a problem, because those anti-atoms only survived for 40 billionths of a second before annihilating, which is way too short to do anything useful with it. If only they could figure out how to store antimatter, then they could study it and try to find ways in which it might differ from normal matter. They knew that any unexpected difference could reveal entirely new physics. So how do you store antimatter in a world full of matter? Well, that's one of the problems CERN has been obsessing over for the last 30 plus years. It has allowed them to do some of the most precise tests of antimatter to date, and they even managed to trap antimatter in a box, load it onto a truck, and ship it. And they are doing all of this to try and solve one of the biggest unsolved mysteries in all of physics. To understand it, we must go back to a discovery made around 100 years ago.
Previously on Veritasium, we learned how a strange physicist, Paul Dirac, came up with an equation to unite special relativity with quantum mechanics. It worked surprisingly well, but Dirac was stumped by his own equation, because the solution for an electron at rest was kind of strange. There were two possible energies, E equals mc squared and E equals minus mc squared. But how could an electron have negative energy? Well, instead of throwing away his negative energy solution, Dirac ended up proposing something radical. This negative energy solution corresponded to an entirely new particle, unknown to physics at the time. It would have the same mass as an electron, but carry opposite charge. It would be an anti-electron, or positron.
Miraculously, a year later, the first positron was observed by accident in nature. Over the following decades, physicists built on Dirac's equation to form an entirely new framework of quantum mechanics. Quantum field theory. This didn't just explain why there are
Man, I don't understand anything.
antiparticles, but it also answered a more fundamental question, which is, why is every electron in the universe exactly the same? The answer began to take shape when people figured out that fundamental particles aren't just particles or waves, but rather excitations of a quantum field. So you'd have an electron field that permeates all of space, and this field can get excited, but only in identical discrete units, each with the same mass, spin, and charge. And that's why every electron is the same. They're all excitations of the same field. Now, you could have several excitations, that would be several electrons, and they can move around too. The only requirement is that they can never overlap exactly. Of course, there is nothing special about this kind of excitation. You could just as well have a mirror opposite. In fact, the equations that describe this field require such excitations to exist. They have the same mass and spin, but with opposite charge. This is the idea of an anti-electron, or positron. It's exactly what that minus sign in Dirac's equation was revealing. And just like an electron, positrons can move around too. only positrons can overlap with electrons. But watch what happens when they do. Now, I'm simplifying a little here, but because they're each other's mirror images, the opposite charges cancel each other out. The excitations disappear, and the field returns back to its ground state. But that would predict that the particles just disappear. So how is that possible? Where did the mass go? Well, the only way this could work is if that mass got converted into something else. Energy, according to E equals mc squared. The energy got transferred into a different quantum field, the photon field. And that is what we mean by annihilation. Now, people realize that most fundamental particles could be described using the same approach, where each could be seen as an excitation of their very own quantum field. Now, this meant two things. The first is that most particles must have an antiparticle twin, because they're just mirror excitations in the same field. There are some exceptions though, like the photon and Higgs boson, which are their own antiparticle. And the second and more important implication is that each antiparticle must be exactly equal to a normal particle, just with the opposite charge. But then, around the mid-1960s, people realized that there was a big issue with this explanation. And it all stemmed from how it fit in with the newly accepted Big Bang theory.
In the very first moments after the Big Bang, the universe was extremely hot and dense, and photons had so much energy that the reverse process of annihilation happened. So two photons could come together and spontaneously convert their energy into the mass and kinetic energy of a particle-antiparticle pair. And so the universe was filled with these pairs continuously popping into and out of existence. But as the universe continued to expand, it cooled, and those photons lost energy. Until around 3 seconds after the Big Bang, they had lost so much energy that pair production stopped.
And this is what troubled physicists in the 1960s, because they believed that in those initial stages, an equal amount of matter and antimatter should have been created. But if an equal amount of matter and antimatter were created, then every particle should have found its antiparticle twin and annihilated. Meaning there should be no stuff around us, no matter and no antimatter, just photons, only radiation. So this became known as the Big Bang radiation catastrophe. Because clearly, when we look around us, we see a lot more than just energy. The universe is filled with matter. But how can that be? Why is there now more matter than antimatter in the universe? Where did that asymmetry come from? Well, that is one of the biggest unsolved mysteries in all of physics. Initially, some people tried to brush this away, and they argued that perhaps there is no asymmetry at all.
Maybe we happen to be in a pocket that, because of blind random chance, some reasonable statistical fluctuations, where most is surrounded by matter, and there'd be some region that would again be like a Marvel movie, like some mirror universe that would be most slightly, imbalanced in the other direction.
Paul Dirac seemed to have favored this approach. He argued that there might be entire anti-stars, and he ended his 1933 Nobel lecture by saying, "There may be half the stars of each kind. The two kinds of stars would both show exactly the same spectra, and there would be no way of distinguishing them by present astronomical methods." Physicist Edward Harrison took this one step further, saying there should even be entire anti-galaxies.
And then people realize, well, if that's the case, there'd be regions where these boundaries where the two regions would meet, and that should be lighting up the sky. Should be tons of matter-antimatter annihilations. Should be tons of very high energy light.
So people surveyed the sky looking for these hotspots, but they didn't find any. And so this possibility was ruled out. There really is more matter than antimatter in our universe. There really is an asymmetry. So the next obvious question is, well, how large is that asymmetry? If we go back to around 10 seconds after the Big Bang, we can figure it out.
By this time, pair production had long stopped, a full 7 seconds ago. And by now, just about every antiparticle had annihilated with its particle counterpart and turned into photons. Now, the universe was filled with just some leftover particles, like electrons and protons whizzing around at incredible speeds, and those remnant photons. But because these electrons and protons were traveling so fast, they couldn't come together to form atoms. So you had this plasma of charged particles. And that meant that when photons were going around, they scattered off those charged particles. So they couldn't travel very far without interacting with matter. That all changed around 380,000 years after the Big Bang. By now, the electrons and protons had slowed down enough to form neutral atoms. And photons could only be absorbed by electrons in atoms if they had exactly the right energy to move the electron up an energy level. In practice, this meant that photons could now basically travel through space unimpeded. Those atoms then went on to form all the stars and galaxies, and those photons stuck around too. They've gone on to make up the low-level radiation that permeates the entire observable universe, the cosmic microwave background, or CMB. And when we estimate the total number of photons in that CMB, we find that there are about 10 to the 89. And because almost all of those photons were originally created during those very first seconds after the Big Bang, that original annihilation, we can infer that there must originally have been around 10 to the 89 particles and antiparticles. Now, we can also estimate how many ordinary matter particles, like protons and neutrons, there are in the observable universe today, the ones that survived that annihilation. And what we find is that there are about 10 to the 80. So that means that for every billion antimatter particles and billion matter particles there were in the early universe, when they annihilated, they did so almost perfectly. But there was one out of a billion matter particles that somehow survived. And everything we see around us today is a descendant of those lucky 1 in a billion particles. Every person, animal, jungle, and ocean, every asteroid colliding or galaxy spiraling, every single dot of light in the night sky is made up of one of those lucky 1 in a billion particles.
And that brings us to the craziest part, because it tells us that there must be a difference between matter and antimatter, and how they evolve according to the laws of physics. But it's not just any difference. No, it would make sense if they behaved completely different. I mean, you would just have different laws of physics governing each type of particle. Or it would make sense if they were governed by the exact same laws. But in that case, there would be no difference. It would be completely symmetric. What's really weird here is that the laws are almost exactly the same, but with a tiny difference. And that doesn't make any sense.
For the past 70 years, physicists have tried to explain where this asymmetry comes from. But so far, all attempts have failed. And part of the reason this has been so difficult is because our laws of physics are full of symmetry.
In the mid-1950s, there were 3 symmetries all particles were believed to obey: charge, parity, and time reversal symmetry. Charge symmetry is super simple. It just means that if you swap all positive charges with negative ones, and vice versa, then the interactions don't change. In other words, there is nothing special about a positive or negative charge, just that one is exactly equal and opposite to the other. To understand parity symmetry, consider this mirror, which creates a sort of parallel universe, where everything is the same but reflected. So my left hand becomes my right hand and vice versa. Now take this molecule here, which is L-alanine, an important amino acid we need to make proteins. Now that L is in its name because the amine group, this NH2 part over here, is on the left. But in the mirror you see its sister molecule, D-alanine, that NH2 part is now on the right. And if you try to make alanine in a lab, you'll find that you'll get 50% L-alanine and 50% D-alanine. In other words, there is no experiment you could do that determines whether you're in our universe or in the mirror universe. And the same is true for many left and right-handed molecules. If you just try to make them normally in a lab, you'll get 50% of each. So our universe doesn't favor left or right-handedness. Lastly, time reversal symmetry means that the laws of physics work the same whether time is running forwards or backwards. Now, out of all of these, time reversal symmetry might feel strange, because there are many things that clearly don't work backwards in time. You can't uncook an egg, unshatter a wine glass, or turn a plant back into a seed. But all of these follow from the second law of thermodynamics, which describes how many interacting particles evolve from less likely states, typically more ordered, to more likely states, typically a mess. But this is a statistical law. It's not a fundamental law of physics. If you zoom in to the level of individual particles, then every interaction is perfectly reversible. You can tell whether these collisions happen forwards or backwards in time.
Now, the combination of all of these symmetries combined is called CPT symmetry. And CPT symmetry, it turns out, is kind of a big deal.
What happens if CPT gets broken?
Well, literally, cats and dogs start living together. Time flows backwards. All kinds of things start breaking in our description of nature. Now, one of the reasons why CPT and the standard model go so well together is because it really is built into the very structure of special relativity.
Special relativity is built on one core principle, which is that the laws of physics are the same for all inertial observers, and this includes any measurement they make of the speed of light. In the 1950s, Julian Schwinger, Gerhard Luders, and Wolfgang Pauli proved that if our universe obeys this principle, which we strongly believe it does, then it must be CPT symmetric. But the reverse is also true. If you break CPT symmetry, then this core principle also breaks. And that's where things get tricky. Because after Dirac united special relativity with quantum mechanics, all following quantum theories also incorporated special relativity. And so our best theories of reality, quantum field theory and the standard model, are built on that exact same principle. So now we have a paradox. Because on the one hand, we need asymmetry to explain why we're here. But on the other hand, if CPT symmetry breaks, it tears down our best theories with it. So physicists started off on a hunt for a special kind of asymmetry. An asymmetry that could explain that 1 in a billion discrepancy while also maintaining the larger CPT symmetry. The first clue that such asymmetries might exist came in the mid-1950s. Up until then, every interaction that had been studied conserved the individual symmetries of C, P, and T, and so conserved CPT as a whole.
But in 1956, theoretical physicists Soong-Dao Lee and Chen-Nin Yang realized that no one had checked whether parity is conserved in the weak nuclear force. So they set out to test whether the universe favored left or right-handedness. And to do it, they enlisted the help of one of Lee's colleagues, one of the world's best experimentalists, Chen-Shung Wu, also known as Madame Wu.
Once the idea of the experiment was pitched to her, then she just went all in. She canceled trips. She worked straight over holiday breaks. It was really a all hands on deck operation over a very frenzied few months.
When Pauli learned of the experiment, he said, "I do not believe that the Lord is a weak left-hander, and I am ready to bet a very high sum that the experiments will give symmetric results."
Now, all that was left to do was run the experiment. It worked something like this.
She started with cobalt-60, an isotope of cobalt where the nucleus has an intrinsic angular momentum, or spin. When she applied a strong magnetic field, she forced all the spins to point in the same direction. But cobalt-60 is also radioactive. So every once in a while, a neutron inside one of its nuclei decays into a proton, releasing an electron and antineutrino, and leaving a nickel-60 atom behind. Now, the electrons emitted could travel in two directions. They could either go in the same direction as the nuclear spin, or they could go in the opposite way. But if spin is clockwise in our universe, then it is also clockwise when reflected in the mirror, which means it points in the same direction in both universes. So the only way the experiment could be the same in our universe and the mirror universe is if the electrons were emitted in equal amounts in each direction. It should be 50% on each side. But what Wu actually found was that around 60% of the electrons moved in the opposite direction to the nuclear spin, which would mean that 60% moved in the same direction as the nuclear spin in the mirror universe.
But that meant that there is an experiment you could do to tell whether you're in our universe or the mirror universe. So it proved that parity is not conserved. This shocked the physics community.
Pauli, upon being informed of the results, exclaimed, "That's total nonsense."
Very smart people, Nobel laureate, said, "That can't be right. Do it again. I don't believe it." And in a sense, you can see where they're coming from. There had been no hint as yet that kind of the universe would care whether I'm looking at myself, in a mirror or not.
So others repeated the experiment, and by 1957, there was no further room for doubt. God really was a weak left-hander. That same year, Lee and Young won the Nobel Prize in Physics for the discovery of parity violation. But Wu's name was left off. Lee and Young acknowledged her during their speech and tried to get her nominated for a prize another year. But the Nobel Committee never honored her. In a way, she was robbed of the Nobel Prize.
Man.
1988 winner Jack Steinberger called this the biggest mistake in the Nobel Committee's history. But her work had done something important. It had cast doubt on the long-held belief that charge, parity, and time reversal were fundamental symmetries of our universe.
This made many physicists uncomfortable, so they came up with a workaround. Maybe it's okay if parity symmetry was broken, because that's not a fundamental symmetry of nature, it's just part of a larger symmetry, charge parity. The idea was that if you reflected everything in a mirror and swapped all the particles for their antiparticles, then the symmetry would be restored and all would be good again.
But then, 7 years later, two physicists found that some particles also violated the combined charge parity symmetry.
Now physicists were getting really nervous. Two symmetries that they believed were fundamental parts of our universe were broken. So the next big question on everyone's mind was, is CPT symmetry also going to fail and take down the standard model with it? Then, in 1973, something seemingly miraculous happened. Makota Kobayashi and Toshihide Masukawa found a way to explain all the observed P and CP violation while maintaining CPT symmetry. And it all fit directly within the standard model. The only issue is that when it comes to the matter-antimatter asymmetry, it can only account for an asymmetry of 10 to the minus 18. Which is a billion times less than we need to explain the observed matter-antimatter asymmetry.
So the ingredients are there, which is cool, because we didn't think that even the ingredients were there. But they're not there in a large enough strength. You don't have a strong enough rate of CP violation if you just stick with strictly the standard model.
And so are people now getting nervous about CPT?
Not nervous, I'd say excited.
And that's because this means there is likely new physics beyond the standard model. But to find out what that might be, we must study antimatter up close, to see if there are any ways in which it might be different from normal matter, ways that could explain that asymmetry. So you know where we're going.
Oh look, there it is. CERN, baby. Woo!
CERN is best known for the Large Hadron Collider, a 27 kilometer.
Here we go. This is what I mean. Hadron Collider.
Underground ring, where protons are accelerated up to 99.999999% the speed of light. Beams traveling in opposite directions are smashed together, releasing huge amounts of energy. It's the closest we get to the high energy conditions of the early universe. But at the southern edge of the LHC, there is a smaller proton accelerator called the proton synchrotron. Protons in this ring are only accelerated to 99.93% the speed of light. And some of that proton beam is fed out of the ring and ends up here.
This is CERN's antimatter factory. And in here, you make antiprotons. How many?
Usually it's around 40 million every couple of minutes. We are now going to enter the facility by actually a technical building, which is not very interesting to watch.
I find this all interesting to watch.
To make sure we're safe, we always had to carry around these devices.
So you've got two, what are they called?
Dosimeters.
Dosimeters.
Yes.
Yeah,
These
just to be
are-
safe.
Where is this? Between France and Switzerland. Okay. Geneva. So I was right. Ah. No. What is this? Versoix? Where's Versoix? Yep. Bro, I literally can go there on the train.
These are standard devices to measure the amount of dose of radiation that you get.
Yeah.
This is a supervised radiation environment, which means it's an environment in which we keep an eye onto the amount of radiation we get as radiation workers.
Where are we going now?
So now we are going to enter into the main building.
There's antimatter behind this.
Yeah.
Behind this door.
Yes, under our feet.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we see, you see. Please,
wow.
guys,
This
and
is
welcome.
huge. What?
This is a huge place.
This is so much bigger than I was thinking. This is crazy. Well, I feel like I'm a kid in a candy store looking at this.
This place is pretty fun, huh? The first time you see it.
Yeah, it's so impressive.
Here you see pretty much the scheme of how this facility is working. You get protons coming from one of the CERN accelerators, the PS, which smash onto a target.
The protons are accelerated up to around 99.93% the speed of light and have energies up to 26 giga electron volts. They're aimed at a remarkably small target, an iridium rod, 3 millimeters in diameter and 55 millimeters across, which itself is embedded in a graphite and then in a titanium alloy structure. Iridium was chosen because it's the second densest element on Earth. And that means that there are a lot of nuclei packed in a small space, which increases the odds that the protons will hit something. But when one of these protons hits an iridium nucleus, it doesn't bounce off like you'd expect in most collisions. It is going so fast and has so much energy that it penetrates the nucleus, where it collides directly with one of the neutrons or protons. And to understand what happens next, we need to look at what's going on inside the proton. Because a proton is not a fundamental particle. Instead, it is made up of 3 fundamental particles known as quarks, specifically 2 up and 1 down quark. Those quarks whiz around close to the speed of light. So to keep all those quarks contained, traveling at such incredible speeds and in such a small space requires a very strong force, which is why it's called the strong force. And it's mediated by particles known as gluons. You can think of this force as acting like a rubber band.
But you can bring this past its breaking point. If you keep putting in energy, then you can put in so much energy that another quark-antiquark pair will be created. This bond breaking into pair creation can happen several times in a row and results in this sort of shower of quark-antiquark pairs.
And a similar thing happens when a proton collides with a neutron or proton inside an iridium nucleus. Now, most of those pairs stay just like that, pairs, and they travel off. But occasionally, you will get 2 anti-up and 1 anti-down quark to come close enough, and they form a new particle made of 3 antiquarks. They form an anti-proton, and their counterparts will go on to form a proton.
Now, all of this entire process, from initial collision to the shower of particles and the formation of the antiproton, happened in the span of 10 to the minus 23 seconds. That is 100 billionth trillionth of a second. It is absolutely insane. And every time you hit the target, you get trillions of these collisions. And out the other side comes a chaotic spray of protons, antiprotons, and a bunch of other particles, all traveling at around 96% the speed of light. Magnets then filter out the antiprotons from the other particles and they're sent on to the next stage.
And then we collect these antiprotons, bring them into the ring, the antiproton decelerator ring, which is the one we are staring on top of, and then they circulate in the AD for a while they get cooled down. So the idea here is really that we get these antiprotons every 2 minutes, more or less. It's about 30 million of them.
How expensive is it, antimatter?
Look, guys, what is value? It's a bit difficult to evaluate it, right? For sure, it's probably the most expensive state of matter we can build on Earth today.
How about I name some numbers and you tell me if it's cheap or too expensive?
Shoot.
$1 billion per gram.
No way.
It's too cheap?
Orders of magnitude too cheap. But
Okay.
many orders of magnitude too cheap.
That's what I was thinking. $100 billion per gram.
No way, go up. I think
1,000 trillion.
probably you miss other 3 zeros.
3 zeros?
I think so, per gram, yes.
That's
at least.
crazy. If you're wondering what you would do with all that money, you should check out today's video sponsor, SoFi. SoFi is an all-in-one finance app that lets you bank, borrow, and invest. And with their premium membership, SoFi Plus, you get benefits such as investment matches, unlimited access to financial planners, and a competitive APY on savings to earn interest on your money. All so you can let your money work for you. By adding up all of these benefits, you could unlock $1,000 or more in annual value with qualifying activities.
I like this
Of course, it depends on
timer
how you
for
use the app,
ads.
so
That's
check
so
what's
clever.
right for you. And you can get started by subscribing to SoFi Plus for just $10 per month. Right now, they're also running a promotion for US residents. So if you join SoFi Plus between now and April 15th, you'll automatically be entered into their giveaway for a chance to win $75,000, as well as other cash prizes and free memberships. So to check out SoFi Plus, head to sofi.com/Veritasium or click the link in the description. I'd like to thank SoFi for sponsoring this video, and now back to antimatter. There's antiprotons going beneath our feet.
They are under our feet at this time, yes,
Okay.
indeed.
And that's not dangerous.
No, it's not dangerous.
Okay.
There's no risk whatsoever.
Strong electric fields in the decelerator slow down the antiprotons from 96% to 10% the speed of light. But that's still about 100 million kilometers per hour. To do experiments with them, they need to be slowed down more.
Initially, this was done in a kind of crazy way. The antiproton beam was fired at a thin plastic foil, which annihilated 99.9% of all the antiprotons. But around 0.1% of those antiprotons survived, and they came out slow enough to do experiments with them. Of course, this was very inefficient, and so in 2015 and 2016, a secondary ring called Elena was installed. Elena slows the antiprotons to 1.5% the speed of light. A nice, slow 16.2 million kilometers per hour. This is running.
You are watching a live antiproton machine.
Are the antiprotons going around in these circles?
Exactly. The blue devices are magnets, dipole magnets, which by Lorentz force make the particles turn. Then you have the orange ones, which are quadruple magnets, which manage the focusing of this beam. They're like lenses for particles.
It's a pretty thin pipe almost that they go
Yeah,
through.
I mean, you don't need much there, right? Because as long as you don't bend the particles, they just want to go straight. You need to keep good vacuum in there, very good vacuum, in fact.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they would annihilate.
And how often do you have annihilations in this loop?
In here?
Yeah, because you can't have perfect vacuum.
Well, no, you have a bit of losses, but you know, the entire process of catching, I mean, from the moment of catching to the moment of extraction to the experiments, I think these days we are about 86% efficiency. They have made it very efficient.
After the antiprotons have been slowed down in Elena, they are sent onto 5 different experiments, each of which is designed to study different properties of antimatter, to try and find ways in which antimatter behaves differently from normal matter.
One of the first experiments that was done, which happened before the antimatter factory was built, was testing whether the mass of a proton and antiproton are the same. But to do that, it brings us back to our original problem. How do you store antimatter? The way they solved this problem is pretty clever. They started with a tube, which was pumped down to a vacuum. A superconducting magnet sits around this tube, and it creates a magnetic field that confines charged particles to the center. At the same time, electrodes generate electric fields that function as end caps, preventing the particles from escaping out the ends. The whole tube is then cooled down to around 4 Kelvin, or minus 269 degrees Celsius. This causes almost all the remaining particles to condense and freeze, resulting in a vacuum pressure comparable to outer space. So now they could fill this tube with something like antiprotons. And once inside, those antiprotons have nothing to annihilate with and nowhere to go. They are trapped. They had just built a real-life antimatter trap.
The technical term for this is a Penning trap, after Frans Penning, whose work inspired the first one.
Fittingly, the team that did this at CERN was called TRAP. With the antiprotons trapped, they measured the charge to mass ratio of the antiproton and compared it to that of the proton. And they found it was equal to 1 part in 10 billion. Now, the Penning traps made studying antimatter much easier, and so it became a key tool that the other experiments at the factory adopted. In 2017, the BASE experiment used it to measure the antiproton's
Holy shit. Who wants to work here? What the hell? I'm watching even. Cables over. What? Mouse? Like... It just randomly, like...
moment. And they found that, within their level of accuracy, it was equal and opposite to that of the proton. So, thus far, everything was behaving just as predicted. But there is one force that they hadn't directly probed yet. Gravity. Gravity, could that be part of the solution?
It very likely will be ultimately. Part of why is because gravity does not obey the rules of special relativity, which means it doesn't have to obey the CPT theorem like the standard model does. And so in principle, that's an area within which one could more naturally expect larger values of violations of C and CP and so on, or even a CPT altogether.
In fact, back in the 1950s, a few physicists entertained the idea of anti-gravity, that antimatter would be gravitationally repulsive. So while matter falls down in the Earth's gravitational field, antimatter would rise up.
You had a basketball made of antimatter, that would be easy to test, but getting a basketball of antimatter without it blowing up on you is pretty hard. So it's not an easy thing to do gravity experiments on particles.
You can't just drop an antiproton.
Yeah, the gravity is not like...
And see if it...
Enough research yet, if I say.
Because antiprotons are negatively charged, and the
We
electric
literally
force is
have
much stronger than gravity. So even small
much
stray electric
to
fields
do
would
with
influence them way more
and how
than
to do
gravity
it.
would. So what you need is something
Only
neutral.
basics.
What you need is an anti-atom.
So you're making anti-atoms.
Yes.
How do you make the anti-atom?
So what we do is we use antiprotons and positrons. Basically, we merge them. They become anti-hydrogen.
Now, there are several ways to make anti-hydrogen, and different experiments do it in different ways. But for G-Bar, it all starts here, in this bunker.
In this bunker, we have a small accelerator. So we make ourselves our own positrons, and then we capture them in a trap here.
They accelerate a beam of electrons up to 99.9% the speed of light, and then fire those at a tungsten target. Now, while tungsten itself is electrically neutral, at the high speed those electrons enter the tungsten, they get close enough to the nuclei that the electron cloud can no longer screen the intense positive charge within. Thus, these nuclei create strong electric fields, and those fields then yank the electrons around, causing them to rapidly decelerate, as if they've just slammed on the brakes. But the thing is, when these electrons break, they lose energy by emitting photons. The Germans have a great word for this. It's called Bremsstrahlung, or braking radiation. This braking radiation produces a wide range of photons, ranging from low energy X-rays all the way up to nearly 9 mega electron volt gamma rays. Now, out of all of these photons, it's the gamma rays above roughly 1 mega electron volt
gamma rays.
that are important. Because when one of these gamma rays passes close to a tungsten nucleus, there's a chance that it transfers its momentum to that nucleus and converts all its energy into the mass and kinetic energy of an electron-positron pair.
But unfortunately, this isn't a clean process that just makes electron-positron pairs.
It produces positrons, but it also produces a lot of photons, gamma rays, neutrons, and these are deadly.
And that particle
Indeed.
mass creates two problems. The first is that deadly radiation.
Supposed to be one of the highest, strongest source of radiation at CERN.
This is one of the highest.
Yes. If you enter while it is working, you die in 10 seconds.
You die in 10 seconds?
You cannot escape.
It's terrifying.
You melt from inside.
You melt from inside. You're saying that way too casually. And the second problem is that what comes out of the tungsten isn't a nice uniform beam of positrons. Instead, you get a shower of electrons, neutrons, positrons, and photons all mixed together, all traveling at different angles and different speeds. The first problem is solved by encasing the entire setup with massive 1.2 meter thick, 67% concrete and 33% iron blocks.
And this is enough to shield us?
Yes.
Because it's photons.
Yes. This is 1,400 tons.
Okay, I feel a bit better now. Is it running now?
No, but even if it runs, we can see just outside and it's okay.
Okay, so we're safe. You wear your
badge, dosimeter.
Okay, so you would know.
Yeah.
But I guess 10 seconds, not
Too late.
too late.
Solving the second problem is a little more involved. And it's honestly one of the coolest combinations of physics and engineering I've ever come across. So strap in.
When the positrons leave the tungsten target, some are traveling at a few percent the speed of light, while others are traveling at more than 90% the speed of light. Now, this massive spread makes it very hard to work with, so we need to slow them down to around 0.34% the speed of light, or around 3.7 million kilometers per hour.
The way they do this is kind of crazy, because they shoot the positrons, remember, those are antiparticles, at a mesh of ultra-fine 20 micrometer diameter tungsten wires, which of course are made of normal matter.
When a fast positron enters the tungsten wire, it immediately loses energy due to scattering off the tungsten atoms. And this happens so fast that within around 10 picoseconds, that is 10 trillionths of a second, the positron has slowed down to match the thermal energy of the tungsten. But now the positron is still trapped inside the wire. So from here on, through a random walk of collisions and scattering, it needs to find its way out. And if it bumps into an electron or gets stuck in a defect, it never makes it out.
So you might expect almost none of these positrons to make it out, and for almost all of them to find an electron and annihilate. And you'd be right. The efficiency of this process is terrible. For every 1,000 fast positrons entering the mesh, only about one comes out as a usable slow positron.
Another problem is that these positrons don't come out as a nice organized beam. Instead, they are emitted at all kinds of angles, so we need to find a way to focus them. This is done by letting the shower of particles go through a solenoid, which is a long coiled wire with a current running through. That current creates a magnetic field inside the coil that acts as a magnetic lens and focuses the positrons. This lets us capture many of the positrons emitted at wide angles that would otherwise be lost. But right now, we still have a mix of positrons, electrons, neutrons, and photons. So the next step is to separate these. To do this, we use another magnetic field. This curves the electrons one way into a beam dump, The photons and neutrons, because they have no electric charge, are unaffected, so they go straight through and are absorbed by shielding. And the positrons, because of their positive charge, curve the opposite way to electrons, and they go on to the next stage. Now we're left with a beam of just positrons. The only issue is that because of the terrible efficiency from slowing down those positrons, each single shot only generates around 1,000 usable slow positrons. But we need millions or even billions of slow positrons for the next stage. So the solution is to accumulate the positrons in a particle trap, where over several minutes it builds up a positron cloud of around 100 million or more positrons, which is enough for the next stage.
Oh, I said you merge positrons and antiprotons, but we do even more complicated. First, we make positronium. Positronium is
Positronium?
Yes.
Positronium is an electron and a positron orbiting each other like a binary star system. It's an exotic form of matter, and it only lasts about 1/10 to 142 nanoseconds before the two come together and annihilate. The way they make this is by using strong magnetic fields to compress the cloud of positrons and fire it at porous silicon dioxide films. When these positrons enter these films, they rip away electrons from their atoms, and some of those electrons then bind with positrons to form positronium. And then a part of that positronium diffuses out of the films into the vacuum of the next stage, the interaction chamber, where it's time for the final step.
So this is what we prepare this here.
That's the positronium.
Yes.
That's crazy.
We send antiprotons to the positronium where it makes antihydrogen.
Now, since positronium only survives for about 142 nanoseconds, this needs to be timed perfectly.
So if you want to see where we catch the antiprotons.
Yes, I would love to see where you catch the antiprotons. I was not expecting to get this close. It's right here?
Yes.
That's awesome. Okay, so we get the antiprotons here.
Yes.
And then what happens?
So it goes there inside this box.
Yeah.
Inside the box, it will meet the positronium.
Oh, there meets the positronium. Kind of scared, honestly. It sounds like there's music in here.
As the positronium enters the interaction chamber, the antiproton beam needs to be fired through at that exact moment. When done correctly, around 3 million antiprotons or so pass through the positronium. If all goes well, around 1 to a few of those antiprotons steal a positron to create an atom of antihydrogen.
Okay, so we've got positrons coming through here, all the way through here, and this is where you capture the positrons.
Yes, we accumulate them.
You accumulate them, and then you shoot them through there, and you make the positronium, and then you shoot that into that chamber, so it mixes with the antiprotons.
Yep.
So cool. It's so cool. Right in here is where they make anti-atoms, anti-hydrogen. They shoot the antiprotons through, and they capture those anti-electrons to form anti-hydrogen, which then travels through here, and then, it will go all the way along there, and they do their experiments. It's absolutely insane. I feel like I should not be in here, but it's so cool. Now, one question I had after learning all of this is why? I mean, why do this? Because the Alpha G experiment can already make 100 antihydrogen atoms in 4 hours using a much simpler process. So why is the G-Bar team spending years to build a particle accelerator, a positronium converter, and a way to shoot the antiprotons through this positronium just to make fewer antihydrogen atoms in a slower and more difficult way? Especially when you consider that in 2023, Alpha G did its own test to see whether antihydrogen falls up or down. Well, to understand why, we need to understand exactly what it is that Alpha G did.
Their setup works something like this. Positrons are created by a radioactive source, accumulated, and are then injected up and trapped. Antiprotons then come in from Elena, are accumulated in a trap, and then also injected in a trap that sits just below the positrons. Next, the two antiparticle clouds are gently merged. This causes some of the antiprotons to capture a positron and form antihydrogen. Now, antihydrogen is neutral, which means that the penning trap can no longer hold it. So if nothing else was done, the antihydrogen atoms would form, drift off, and within microseconds annihilate at one of the walls. It would all be for nothing.
And this is exactly what happened with the earliest antihydrogen experiments. They couldn't hold on to it. Fortunately, there is a way to trap antihydrogen because it has a small magnetic moment. So a second magnetic trap was engineered around the device which could capture the antihydrogen.
Unfortunately, that trap is pretty weak, so most antihydrogen atoms escape and annihilate. But a few stay. And the idea then is simple. Slowly weaken the magnetic field holding them, and as the trap gets weaker and weaker, anti-atoms start to escape. And if gravity pulls antimatter down, like normal matter, then more atoms should escape through the bottom than through the top.
So what did they find? Does antimatter fall up or down?
They found that antimatter falls down, so it rules out any exotic theories of anti-gravity. They measured the gravitational acceleration as 75% of normal gravity, plus minus 13%, plus minus 16%, which is possibly consistent with normal gravity, but of course the error bars are huge.
And this is also why G-bar is so important, because their hope is to get the measurement accuracy down to 1%, and ultimately to 1 in 100,000. See, when you're doing a gravity experiment on atoms like this, you want those atoms to be as still as possible before you drop them. In other words, you want them to be as cold as possible. Now, alpha G can get really cold to about 0.5 Kelvin, which is half a degree above absolute zero. But G-bar wants to bring this way down to less than 10 microkelvin. That is 50,000 times colder. The way they plan on doing this is actually not by making antihydrogen atoms, but by making an antihydrogen ion. 1 antiproton and 2 positrons. The hope is that once an antihydrogen atom has formed, it runs into a second positronium atom and steals another positron. At first, that might seem strange, because now we're back to having a charged particle. And as we learned, you can just drop a charged particle and measure the effects of gravity. But charged particles are actually much easier to trap and cool. And we can use that, because now it can be held in a much stronger electromagnetic trap. And once there, you can inject ultra-cold, like 10 millikelvin beryllium ions that have been laser cooled. The antihydrogen ion then bounces around and collides with these beryllium ions, slowly transferring its kinetic energy to them and thus cooling down. And they won't annihilate, because both particles are positively charged, so they repel each other. Then you keep cooling down the beryllium ions using more advanced techniques, until you hit the microkelvin range. And this is ultimately how they hope to reach a temperature of around 10 microkelvin. Now, with the antihydrogen ion as still as possible, they shoot a laser pulse at it, dislodging one of its positrons and resulting in a neutral antihydrogen atom. And as a result, the electromagnetic trap can no longer hold it, and so it falls, around 20 centimeters. At that temperature and over that distance, you can time the fall precisely enough to measure the gravitational acceleration to about 1%. So all of this, the particle accelerator, making the positronium, and then the hard way of cooling it, all of it is just to watch a single antiatom fall 20 centimeters. Because this process is the only known way to make antihydrogen ions. And using those ions is the only way to get antimatter cold enough to perform an accurate enough experiment. Now, they haven't managed to do this yet. So far, they've only made antihydrogen. But if they can manage, then it would be the most precise measurement of antimatter under gravity. Although this is likely still years away. Now, one thing that makes this research so tricky and also relatively slow is that there is only one antimatter factory in the world. And so the number of places that can study real antimatter is very limited. But that might soon change, all thanks to another experiment at the factory. The base experiment was built to measure the magnetic moment of the antiproton. If CPT symmetry holds, then it should be exactly equal and opposite to that of the proton. But they kept running into a problem.
Accelerator is continuously ramping magnetic fields in the background.
Right.
Even though these fluctuations were tiny, around 20,000 times weaker than the Earth's magnetic field, at the precision Bayes was working at, they hit a wall.
The only concept basically to overcome this problem is to move the particles out of the accelerator.
So they built a penning trap with its own power supply, its own cooling system, and 2 storage holds for antiprotons. So now they could fill those holds with antiprotons, store them, and carry them to wherever they wanted. They just created the world's first portable antimatter trap. So, of course, I asked them a pressing scientific question.
Are you gonna make it look super futuristic? Because it's gotta be the most badass transport container ever made.
I just have this trap here in my office. Maybe I can show it to you.
Oh, yes, please.
This is one of these penning traps, and they are inside the superconducting magnet. So the heavy part is basically the superconducting magnet, but these are these trap electrodes.
And it works. They have cracked the code of storing the most volatile substance in the universe. Their current record for storing antiprotons is 614 days. That is, they can store antimatter, you know, the stuff that annihilates as soon as it touches matter, for close to 2 years. That is absurd.
This is this antiproton reservoir trap that stores antiprotons for longer than 1 or 2 years.
That's awesome.
But here's what that means. Because if you can store antimatter 4 years in a box, and you can put that box on a truck, then why not ship it?
We can start distributing antiprotons to ambitious experiments all around the planet, and everyone who has a good idea what we could do with these particles will get these particles.
I'm just imagining this map in my head where you have the big antimatter factory, and then it's gonna be sending antimatter all over the world to all the top research institutions.
That's great, right? That's
it's awesome.
Fantastic
It's
vision.
fantastic.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And they've already started. On the 24th of March, 2026, a crane lifted an 800 kilogram trap out of the antimatter factory and loaded it onto a truck, which then drove on a 10-kilometer loop around CERN. And it was filled with 92 antiprotons. So perhaps Angels and Demons wasn't that far off after all. In the near future, there could be actual boxes of antimatter that, at least in theory, could be stolen. So does that also mean that they were right about that 1/8 of a gram of antimatter? Well, we wanted to find out, so we tested it. I mean, we simulated it.
This is like the most supervillain call I've ever got.
I'm really getting into my villain arc here. Okay, so let's find our poor target, Vatican City. We've got 1/8 of a gram, you know, selected right there, 0.125. Who wants to do a countdown?
3, 2, 1. Let's go!
Let's go! Oh my god. Okay, so we've got a few levels of destruction here. We've got the fireball. This is just all instantly vaporized. It's turned into pure plasma, which is insane.
Oh, St. Peter's Basilica.
It's got a temperature of about 100 million degrees Celsius, which is, you know, pretty chill. You can see it released about 2.25 times 10 to the 13 joules, or I guess about 22 trillion joules, which is the equivalent of like 36% of the Hiroshima blast. If we zoom out, this is the area of 3rd-degree burn, so your skin gets molten.
Bro, you're having way too much fun with this.
Can I ask this question? Like, do we have an 1/8 of a gram of antimatter available for this? Asking for a friend.
Can you really steal 1/8 of a gram from CERN?
That's a good question.
Do you know how much antimatter you've made in total in this factory?
We make in the order of 10 to the 10 antiprotons per year. Now we can make an estimate. This facility is around since 25 years. So let's say this is 10 to the 11 protons. A gram would mean 10 to the 23. So we are talking here of, well, I'm not very good at math, but it's like
1 trillionth of a gram.
That means that to make 1/8 of a gram of antimatter, the factory would have to run for longer than the age of the universe. In fact, if you took all the 10 billion
It's not much.
Antiprotons they make in a year,
It's like nothing.
and annihilated them all at once, you would produce enough energy to heat 1 milliliter of water by about 1 degree Celsius.
I'd love to see Croatia get just for size and scale.
How much?
You tell me.
All right. 10 grams of antimatter.
Sure, let's do it.
Oh my god. So while 10 grams of antimatter would destroy an entire city,
Bye bye hometown.
the amounts of antimatter they're making at CERN are in no way dangerous. Which is also part of the reason we had some fun with this simulation. Because for the far foreseeable future, it's just not realistic to talk about having macroscopic amounts of antimatter. Yeah, so if people want to play around with this, we'll put a link in the description. Yeah, have fun. Or if you'd rather get some antimatter yourself without having to rob CERN, then I'll tell you how to get some. Just go to your local supermarket and buy yourself this, some bananas.
That's because a banana contains trace amounts of the radioactive isotope potassium-40. And roughly every 75 minutes, one of these atoms decays and releases a positron. Which means that if you wanted to match the antimatter factory's output in terms of antiparticles, you would need about 1 billion bananas.
Now that's a lot of bananas, and I don't recommend eating that many. But the thing is, even if you never eat any bananas, odds are there are some trace amounts of radioactive materials inside of you. And some of those will produce antimatter. One article estimates that the average human makes around 180 positrons per hour. And so there truly is no need to be scared of antimatter, because you have been your own little antimatter factory all along. Hey, just a few final things. The first thing is I want to give a big shout out to Physics Girl, who made an amazing video for the Antimatter Factory years ago. And ever since I watched that video, I've always wanted to go. So it's been a huge inspiration, and I highly recommend you check out that video here. The other thing is, I want to give a quick shout out to all the people at CERN, those who helped us with all the animations, those who've hosted us and taken the time to explain their life work, and everyone else. Thank you so much. And the third and final thank you is, of course, as always, to you. Thank you so much for watching, and I'm excited to see you at the next one.
Good one. Let's see. Oh, what? What? Mass of antimatter. 10 kilo. That's literally you can have on this on your back literally. This is not good place. Let's see. For example, New York is quite big. Holy shit. Let's see for Manhattan. Let's do it here. Ooh, wow. Ooh. Wow. $28,000 more than Hiroshima blast. Man. This would like rip off chunk of like of Earth. That's crazy maybe. Who knows? Holy shit. Wow. Yeah. What is happening? Tornado force? Oh, so the blast thermal annihilation. Then wow. Then radiation spread. Holy shit. Oh my god, this is crazy. Like entire New York and even more the Philadelphia, bro. Bro, the radiation. That's crazy. Then the wind. Boom. Nah. That's a living hell over there. You could see from entire country. Like, nah, bro. On entire continent you could see this thing. From anywhere. Maybe, well, there's a horizon, so maybe, I don't know. But still, bro. I bet you could see it from Pittsburgh. That's crazy. Launch again. Wants to go bigger. What will do? What will do 100 of kilogram of antimatter? Holy shit. This one is even bigger. Let's do it like here. Much bigger spread, bro. $1,000. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's the living hell now. Brother. This would take entire world, bro. There's no way. Yeah, this is a terrible idea. Boom. Eh? What happened? How much is this? 10 grams. Ah, I see. Only 10 grams. That's nothing. What about 0.0100 gram? That's quite big. So big. Okay.
Vote for a map. Traveling to Suravasa.
The perfect world is shaped by my hand.
We'll give it all we've got, and hope that's enough.
Ever trained your chi? I'm looking for more practice buddies.
If you teach me Tai Chi, I'll teach you Aikido.
Oh, wait. You're not just looking for an excuse to flip me, are you?
Busted.
1. Initial flashpoint.
Meow.
Let's not keep them waiting.
Feeling okay?
A volatile creation.
Where's my second here? He was dead.
They insult me at their own peril. Take the objective. Keep your distance. Crafting a barrier. My gift to you.
Why nobody is attacking this guy, bro?
I will not be cast out like common refuse. Shaping our defense.
Bro, at least even try.
Flashpoint. Ruins.
They're using stealth.
ป้องชีวิต
It was nothing, really.
Territory could throw me once and get everybody else. Like, bro. Literally 2 people behind us. And up front we had 3 people, and what we did, nothing, bro. Just kill those 3 as group. Like, come on. It's so easy.
Traveling to Dorado.
The perfect world is shaped by my hand.
You look like a talented bunch. This should be quick.
Pobrecito. I don't know how you managed to scrape by on those $1 million wires from Mom and Dad.
You mean the $1 million wires I forward to wildlife charities?
Ay, come on. You've got to have some dirt on you.
Only when I'm gardening, I fear.
ไงสหาย
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I am advised to pay you.
Bro, it's literally the same group. Ah. Oh my god. What my DPS is doing out there?
A problem with the method, no doubt.
What? How you survive? Overhauled, how?
Let's get the payload going.
They don't have eyes.
Absolutely marvelous.
Select a map. Now traveling to the sun.
The perfect world is shaped by my hand.
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Greetings. Marcia, dear. I have some concerns about your latest enterprise in the Outback.
If I desired your advice, I'd have sought you out.
No need to raise your hackles, darling. I'd simply hate to see them tarnish your fine reputation.
Don't play the sycophant, Vera. It doesn't suit you.
situation.
Lightning shall strike them down.
Answering the recall is not my idea of hanging it up.
I had to show. Otherwise, your life would be far too easy.
And what a shame that would be. Lost chance. Let's finish.
Got insane nade. Man. I literally need wood for that quest. So we do wood in the most unimmersive way possible. Definitely not cutting trees and stuff, just randomly appear in city. I actually didn't search the cemetery. Like the other crypts. What is on the other side over there? I have to check it after this cemetery. Small crypt. What the hell is that? Somebody is living here. Somebody's here.
Oh, who's come to visit me here? Surely you're not here to steal my treasures, are you? Oh, they call me all sorts of things. Evil spirit, lurking fiend, imp fae, nasty little thieving pest. But really, my name is Mog. We're definitely not fae, that's something else entirely. I'm what people wanted to believe in. The one who snatched their lost coin for a beer, swearing they had it just a moment ago. The reason they can't find their left sock in the morning. The cause of a missing wedding ring, oh, so on. It happens. I suspect it's because I really like to snatch people's little trinkets. But between you and me, if they paid more attention, it wouldn't be so easy to steal their things. You offend me in my own home. So not nice. Sure, it's junk to you now, but when you have to head out into the cold and can't find one glove, well, suddenly it becomes very important. And that glove? I've had it for ages. I'm just helping people appreciate the little things, because those are the only things that truly matter in life, right? At least that's what some bores say. Nah, it's just hilarious, watching you all lose your minds over a missing key or a sock. And I've been doing this for centuries. It's second nature by now.
Lots of undead.
Oh, you shouldn't ask a lady such things. But you can ask me. I don't remember exactly. 9, 10 centuries at least, maybe more, 15, 23, I don't know. Of course. I mean, the funniest part is, you live in a place where you shouldn't even be, staring death in the face every day. And yet, you get the angriest over the smallest things. The Red Plague? Oh, you'll manage somehow, but where the hell is my favorite pipe? What is it with you people and gold? I've been around for ages, I still don't get it. I don't give a damn about gold and jewels. When you talk about them, you suddenly get all serious and pompous. I'm just here for fun. Strange. I thought people liked being buried with their little trinkets and shiny bits. And since I'll be dying soon, a crypt seems perfect. That's right. I used to play tricks on people back in the homelands. Back then, they respected me. But ever since we came to Avalon, it's just been getting worse. They're forgetting. Sometimes someone still tosses salt over their left shoulder for me, or maybe leaves a little bowl of milk with honey outside, but those folks are rare now. And when they all forget me, that's the end. Yes. Is that so strange? You can convince yourselves that you have bad luck, illness, love. Why not an old crone who steals your pants? No, it's just the natural order of things. I've lived long enough anyway. But since I'm kicking the bucket soon, I could pass on some of my power to you. What you say? Because first you'll have to do something for me, and it'll be hilariously fun. Well, before I give you some of my power, I just want something from you. Something stolen. Nothing big or expensive, just a little trinket. Just sneak into someone's house and swipe the shoes, or grab a wooden mug from the tavern. Will you do that for me?
Sure thing.
Great! Now you can either keep your word and commit the terrible sin of theft, or break your promise. And if you ever feel like a bit of thievery, I'll be waiting right here.
This looks interesting. Something fun finally to do.
Well, have you... Then hurry up.
Hurry up. Something stolen, that's easy. Just open my stash. Something like, I don't know, like spoon. Let's take everything. You never know.
Well?
Oh, there's a lot of things. Amphora.
Yes, this is exactly what I was looking for. A human doing my work. I can't take it. You've been just a great source of fun. All right, time for my part of the deal, I guess. Close your eyes, put on a serious face, like something very mystical is happening. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And done. Now you've got a bit of my power. Go into the world, use it well. Oh, you must. Safe travels. Farewell.
Did I get something? Or it was just for funsies? Well, whatever, I got experience at least. You don't have anything. Ah. Undead. Do I get XP even? Get it, ass! Oh, never mind. you serious? Boom. What's there?
Oh, a wanderer in the sunken village. Back in the day, you just needed to look at the stars and you'd know where you were going. Now, even they are misplaced.
Wait, this guy.
Island Asylum? I don't remember being
How he
there,
got
not clearly. But
from
when I
that
look at your
island.
face, something stirs. Yes, I'm sure. And look at you now, out in the world, breathing the fresh air. That's something to treasure, my friend. Freedom is a gift, even when it feels heavy. Enjoy it. I guess I'm just an old man. Every wave long for what's ahead of me. But monsters? I think you misunderstand. It's sad. They were. It's the sunken village was not always sunken. But one day, someone, undoubtedly important, made a decision, undoubtedly necessary, that it would be better to make it so. So the wave came and made the village into the sunken village, and its inhabitants. I know that some druids did it. Specific individuals, although their names have long been. You'd have to ask those responsible for the flood. Who knows what's going? That's never at least. Among others, this wouldn't have happened if not for Camelot's desperation. I don't. What happened? It long ago enough, and now and I have everything I. Before you go, I would like to ask you one thing. Who are you?
Just myself.
I understand. I see you. I hear you. And I have a feeling that you will find what you're looking for. Farewell. And thank you for visiting. You can come keep me company whenever you want.
Broken conch? So, oh, druids? No, undead. Eh. Eh. Hello? Hello? They don't care. Ah, never mind.
Perhaps. I cannot say for certain. It seems familiar. I do not feel my soul bound to it. Something lingers beyond this gate. We'll find the
I don't think there's anything here. Oh. Nothing. Just a fucking stick and wine. Now I don't even see anything. Nothing. Nada.
You just gonna stand there and...
Oh, I forgot. last night. Bro, how I get to them? Ah. Sorry, pal.
You're back. It's strange. In a moment like this, the night is so quiet. It's a good thing Cole left this world in peace. I won't keep you any longer. I'll start packing and leave before dawn. I'll head towards Kuanoct and then... we'll see.
Everybody will think you actually kill
For
him.
trying. And for freeing me from this place. Take care.
The 1%. Ah, that's like crazy. Woman from this tavern. Another assassination. This place. I like this house too. Ooh, oi, 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 oi. Okay, okay, I get it. Next time, just sneak in, I guess, and kill everybody. I have too much in my bag. I have too much stuff. God damn. They were just bandits. Endurance, practicality.
Oh, there you are. Look, darling, it's the... You did what? Well, you told me to deal with it, so I did. You didn't expect me to just sit on my hands while surrounded by unwashed...
Look, I'm sorry about my wife. Whatever she told... Trust me, I can imagine. Unfortunately, she often gets lost in her enthusiasm. We weren't... at least I wasn't planning on staying here any longer than necessary.
Well, that's your opinion. You have? Oh, that's wonderful. I can start planning the welcoming banquet. I'm thinking sea foam made of spun silver, dancers dressed as alluring sea creatures.
Alluring.
And who are you going to invite? The crabs? None of your friends from Camelot are going to come all this way just to have dinner, are they?
Dear gods, Duncan. You're so plebeian. Of course they will come. Besides, there must be some important people here. Won't you just talk...
Good luck with that. Are you sure that place...
Oh my, how polite. I wouldn't have expected that from such a vagabond. But no matter, for I now have the delightful task of decorating an entire...
Marvelous.
Truly it is. Now, we must get in touch with that splendid woodworker from Camelot. You know the one. He made those Oh, and don't forget to pay the nice mercenary. At least someone in this godforsaken place turned out to be useful.
Yeah.
Why don't you come visit us once we're all settled, And don't fret. There's no need to make yourself too presentable. I highly doubt we'll be...
Nice. Lots of coins.
Please, state your business. Oh. Do you keep... Go chop...
There you are, finally. I've been searching everywhere for you. This is a matter. My Duncan has gone missing, and if we don't find him soon, he might be in grave danger. Please, you have to find him. I can't possibly be a widow at my age. Mourning clothes are dreadfully unflattering on me.
You are already like dreadful with this outfit.
Oh, let me think. Just 2 days ago, or perhaps 3, I've been
just got
terribly
here.
occupied with redecorating the mansion and designing an entire... Duncan and I never felt the need to be constantly together. In fact, we both find such behavior utterly gauche. A marriage is merely a contract, after all. No need to... commoners, perhaps. People, some... Is it truly? We both... and... He's not dead. Don't be ridiculous. They need him for the money, don't they? Honestly, must... I tried, but that oaf at the gate forbade me from entering the... Marvelous. Here's the letter. All the details should be inside. Now...
Uh-huh.
Don't let your guard down.
In this mine. What? Bro!
Damn it, I should have guessed she'd hired you. I was hoping she'd notify the keepers and then just forget about me after a week or two. Clearly, I was considering making a deal with one of the local gangs to stage an actual kidnapping, but I thought better of it in the end. They're not exactly a trustworthy bunch. I didn't want to disappear forever, but I was afraid they might do their job a bit too well. Oh, you have no idea. I had to get away before Alyssa drove me completely mad. There's never a moment of peace with that woman. I'm finished with her, with everything. I'm starting anew.
Why she's interesting?
Varsha, anywhere really.
Not a dull moment
she
with
can do
her.
whatever she wants. Oh, please, you know my wife. She even dragged you into that entire debacle with the mansion. Now she has decided she wants to stay here, to leave Camelot, leave our entire life behind and move to the middle of nowhere. And I bet in 2 months you'll want to move again, maybe to the Forlorn Swords or somewhere equally absurd. I just can't take it anymore. I'm too old for this. I want a loving wife, a family, some damn stability at last. When I arrived in Camelot, I had money, but I lacked useful connections. The Morays were an old and well-respected family on the edge of financial ruin. Our interests were aligned. As for Alyssa, she was young, beautiful, and, well, we barely spoke before the wedding. I thought it was their strict traditions, but really they probably didn't want her scaring me off. I hoped she'd settle down eventually, but these people, they're just different. All they care about is outdoing each other. Leaving a woman like Alyssa isn't that simple. Her family would ruin me, and I provided them with the means to do so. Believe me, it was simpler to cut my losses, grab what money I could, and start over as far away from them as possible.
This is good reason for adventuring. You literally can come with and meet anyone and anything like this person.
No, she doesn't. She's only interested in having a husband who fulfills her every need. In her eyes, our marriage is perfect. Or at least it's perfect for someone like her. Look, my parents had a loving, harmonious relationship. That's what I wanted for myself. But when that didn't happen, I chose to marry to improve my social standing, hoping love would eventually come. It never did. No, I haven't, because I know she's just not the right person for me. I don't love her, and she doesn't love me. And believe it or not, I think she deserves more than that. She just hasn't realized it yet. I cut off my finger, just in case someone did come looking. I hoped they'd find it and bring it to Alyssa as proof that I was gone. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. I guess I didn't think it all the way through. And yeah, I wasn't expecting it to hurt so much. Just tell her I'm dead, Say, my body was eaten by bears or something. Please, if I go back, we'll just both end up miserable forever.
This is a terrible idea. You can be here.
Oh, come on. Fine. Here, take some of my savings. It's all I can offer without starving myself to death inside of a month. Just please be gentle when you tell her, And...
Oh, man.
Clear. please, it's for the best. The truth will hurt her more than the lie. She'll have my inheritance. She can live comfortably until she finds another. Here, take some of my savings as an incentive. We'll never meet again, but I trust you to do what's right.
He's really stupid. Like, what's the problem? You have money, you have everything, and you want to, like... That doesn't make sense. You're really stupid. You want to die because of this.
Oh, thank you, thank you. A young widow who lost her husband in the south will be the talk of the court. She'll find a new husband in no time. Well then, farewell. No.
It doesn't matter.
Watch your backs.
But this woman, I don't think it's possible to lie to her. She's very clever.
Well, you're back, but I see that you're alone. Surely a few mere bandits didn't outwit you. He's... What? But you promised to return with him. And his body? Surely you didn't just leave... Oh, gods. That's dreadful. My poor Duncan. Do you think he assumed I wouldn't send anyone for him and attempted to escape on his own? He could be so foolish. Sometimes I felt as though he had absolutely no faith in me. What am I going to do now? Returning to Camelot will be utterly insufferable. Of course I am. I'm not entirely heartless, you know. I may not have loved Duncan. Still, crying won't bring him back, and I do need to think about my future. This is a nightmare. Ugh. I should begin packing, and something must be done about this house. Goodness, I don't even know where to begin. Would you like it? I could part with it for 500. Stay and engage in what precisely? Have you not observed that I lack what one might, aside from my impeccable taste in fact, not to mention... Really? That would be absolutely marvelous. Now, would you be so kind as to excuse me? Indeed. Thank... Do allow me a bit of...
New quest. If I buy it, like, she will stay here or not?
Well?
If I dare to do.
He did what? No, you must be mistaken. Duncan would never do such a thing to me. He knows it would ruin him. But that leaves him with nothing. No, I refuse to believe this. Leave. I can't... I thought I made myself... Unless you've come to apologize, Oh, it's you again. How marvelous. Have you come to revel? Oh, as you can see. Truly, do you even need to ask? Of course not. My life is in a shambles. Should I... But I know he's not. It would gnaw at me from within. Every time someone expressed their condolences, I would feel like a fraud. I apologize, but I'm not as seasoned in the art of deception as you might be. I do have my dignity, after all.
Why Duncan left her? Like, I don't get it. While he left, she looks reasonable.
Here, in this bandit-infested provincial back... That's an intriguing notion, though I must admit, the South doesn't exactly strike me as a place that's... And where would I even find appropriate material? Not to say those don't have their uses. Well, I suppose that could work, as long as you at least try to keep blood off them. Oh, no, dear gods. I will most definitely need to hire a competent washerwoman. Or man, since this part of Avalon appears to be lacking any other options. I must confess, this concept grows increasingly. Now, if you'd be so kind as to excuse me, I have much to prepare.
Stash. That's my stash.
Duncan? What of him? He left me, as you so aptly noted. I should have known not to expect anything better. I still can't fathom how he could do this to me. Our Love? How childish. And to think I took him for a grown man. If he desired love, that's the customary practice in Camelot. Even my parents maintained lovers, and were all the happier for it. He was the one who sought an alliance with my family. He willingly took on my surname. He should have been well aware. Besides, he never once voiced his discontent. Perhaps if he had, I might have been able to... I don't know. I've never been in love. I scarcely understand what it involves. I know courtly love. Romantic, perhaps, but utterly impractical within the confines of marriage. You live under the same roof, for crying out loud. I did have my youthful indiscretions, of course. I have always known I would marry a man chosen for me by my parents. I lacked any real choice in the matter, so I resolved to make the best of my circumstances. At least, that's what I believed. Very well, off you go.
Noble one. This?
Let me see. Not not entirely dreadful. The fabric is almost decent, although the cut is terribly outdated. Whoever wore this must have been near destitute, or just stole it off someone else's corpse, I suppose. Regardless, it presents a fascinating challenge. You are most welcome. Oh, I have no doubt that this will be a most fruitful collaboration. Keep up the good work, and I'm quite certain everything will unfold splendidly. Goodbye. Have a pleasant journey.
Right. This.
Oh, I'm so glad you decided to visit today. I've just learned some terribly distressing news, and you see, I was going through the correspondence Duncan left behind. And imagine my shock when I discovered letters between him and my parents. It turns out my family was completely bankrupt when we married. Can you believe that? Though, I must admit, it has shed some light on a few aspects of my upbringing. Well, for one, have you ever encountered a noblewoman tasked with sewing her own garments? At the tender age of 12, my mother subtly steered me towards tailoring, positing it as a fitting pursuit for a lady. I spent my time redesigning her old dresses, thinking it was just for fun. But now I realize that I do. And now I can confidently say that I deserve it. Why on earth should you be sorry? It's my parents who ought to feel remorse. And Duncan for concealing the truth from me all these years. I spent my entire life believing my family was above such petty concerns as money, destined for something far more grand. And yet, there I was, sold to the highest bidder. But now I'm relieved you convinced me to stay in the South. It truly feels... Surprisingly, no. I thought I would. Camelot was always so stifling. I have more... Oh, trust me, I find plenty of excitement here. The creative kind, of course. Since, well, truth be told, it's starting to feel rather stifling, but I haven't yet mustered the courage to go outside and explore. Splendid! This piece is indeed intriguing. Although, I must confess, I was secretly hoping for something with a bit more flair. All my current designs feel tragically mundane, and I've nothing in the house I could use to adorn them. Well, I do have some pieces that are quite outdated, but they aren't really what... Gold and gems are such obvious choices. I aspire for my designs to captivate, to stand out with more than mere opulence. Well, given that we're in the South, it may sound somewhat trite, but I have developed quite a fondness for marine-inspired motifs. I could start with some seashells, perhaps. Not too many, perhaps 12 or so. I'm not certain yet. I'll need to give it more thought.
This is a bit terrible, but whatever. Seashells. Seashells. We are at the sea and shells are not here. Like, bruh. I think I need to fish them or something. Ah, there's no way. Fucking crap! What the hell?
Buying anything?
We don't have seashells. Ah. Why seashells are not here? Like, for what reason? That doesn't make sense, right? Like, why are they not here? What the hell? A horse? Uh-oh. I got only one though.
Heavens above! What have you done? You shouldn't. There's no escape from this place. Just look at me. Get up and leave? What a joke! Oh, no, no. It's not that simple. And if you've my curses... Just look at this boulder. This one here. It tried to kill me. And it wasn't an accident, oh no. And you, I guess, were just curious what you could find under this famous road? Dear me. You found a whole load of bad luck. And a curse to boot. But, well, if we're to die together, I guess I should introduce myself. I'm Barak, a knight. Or perhaps a would-be knight. I don't know anymore. At least I'll die on my own terms, which include not sitting anywhere a stone can crush my head. So I'll remain here. I didn't bring it upon myself. It was that damn priest clad in red. With just one look, he brought misfortune upon me. And then I brought it to Lemray. Well, it's obvious, don't you see? This stone block almost killed me. Lemray died before that. I was also attacked by bandits on the road and almost spotted by a band at Del Rita. Before that, somebody stole all of my money. And my head. Nonsense. You'll see. Soon something will bite me and I'll die. Or another boulder will fall and crush me to death. Oh, then one... I would like to leave this place, that's true. I'd like to find someone to reverse the curse, but I can't go. Why do you care so much about coming out from under the bridge? Why do you keep insisting? Who are... I know. You're him. You're here for me. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction, you ver...
Oh my god, this stupid guy. Stupid idiot.
No one sneaks up on me. Your gold belongs to us. This is how it's done.
I'll strike you down!
Ooh, nice headshot.
I'll make you pay for that! Your money or your life? You're no match for our band. Your money or your life? Your wealth is ours. That hurts. Your... You're in for a world of hurt! Is that supposed to work?
What?
No, you'll regret this! Your wealth is ours! This is my lucky day. We'll make short work of it. You're no match for our band. chance today.
Hello?
Careful with that.
What the?
Please, don't kill me. I'm not with them. Not by choice. Don't let my face fool you. The only thing I've ever raided is my wife's pantry, after she made the preserves.
Wait, somebody was kidnapped? I don't even
You saw
remember.
Rossin? How is she? Oh, that's such a relief. I'm not happy she's been work. I know how rough things can be out here at night. If it's not the bandits, it's the weird beasts. Oh, my poor Rossin. Oh, that's good to know. I was beginning to wonder if God, the things I've seen in this camp. I'm just glad Rossin didn't. I want to hold my wife again. More blasted cat. If it weren't for this brand, I'd head straight to the Horns and beg them to let me in. As I am now, they just assume I'm another. And what if they tell me to take it off? They'll think I'm trying to sneak in. Blasted cat. Even dead, she's still ruining my life. Wait, maybe if I bring Cat's head to the Horns, that'd prove I'm not with them. What do you think? Oh, thank you. Thank you. May the All-Mother bless you. If there's a reward... I really hope Rossin is safe and sound somewhere in the Horns.
Nice.
Who's there? The living don't come around here without a good reason. What do you want? To bring me peace? The quiet I so long for? Ask for a blessing from the shrine? You don't want to do that. It never ends well. I'm haunting the shrine, against my will. Wait. I can see you've met Berg. I can see the threads that connect you. I remember him. The rest is a blur. We served together. Yeah, for years. Threads. They stick to people. Bind one living being to another. That's all I understand about it. Maybe I've not been on this side long enough. Or maybe I'm just too stupid, even for being dead. I'm Kendall. Or I used to be. Hard to tell if I still am. Or only... I don't know. I'm too stupid for this. I once thought ghosts and wraiths must be wise. And yet, here I am. But that wasn't what you asked me. I don't remember much. I was a keeper, a lance corporal. They killed me on the spot. It was right here, exactly in this spot. And from that very moment, I've been bound to this shrine. But I don't want to be. My place is there, in the haunts of the south. I need to finish my service. I need to rest somewhere more appropriate. Take my remains. Find Berg. He'll know what to do. That's all.
Oh, I crashed. Not good.
goes there?
Nobody, only a wind. Oh, this is a bit hard.
We'll make short work of you. This is how it's done. This is my lucky day. Oh, you'll regret this.
Oh. What happened to my armor? Oh. I see. Easy. What the hell? Arrows! Lot of them.
Yes? Who are you? I've told you 1,000 times I'm not leaving. At last, I have the space to explore the limits of culinary delights. You'll never understand, you bunch of cabbage heads. Your taste buds have long been dulled by fried cheese, fried fish, and oil. Oil everywhere, the goddamn oil. Oh, so you're not one of Albert's yes men. I never thought that after the entrance was buried, anyone unfamiliar with my... But first things first. My name is Rumpold Fenini. I used doomed to forever search, misunderstood by plebeians with no taste. I've discovered, no, I've reached the limits of taste. And when I gazed into that abyss, I realized that all my past efforts were doomed to fail. You see, the logical conclusion of creating the most delicious food is something that flips the pleasure of eating on its head and brings it to the other food. So delicious, so extraordinary that the pleasure turns into pain. Because, you see, it's only through pain that we can truly reach pleasure. Now, listen carefully. Sour herring and cheese. Perhaps, but it's not supposed to sound, it's supposed to be seen. For what is virtue if you don't first know vice? This experience is meant to embody the essence of flavor transgression. Culinary norms and rules, oh, they're nothing but simple amusements for the masses, limitations meant only to expose the cracks within them. Why don't you try it yourself? Though I must warn you, there's no turning back from this path. Once you've tasted the effects of my culinary transgression, nothing will ever be the same. Here's the recipe for my sour herring with cheese. The ingredients are for you to obtain. It must be your own path. Just remember, it requires a special herring. If I recall correctly, a good fishing spot was... Here, I've marked it on your map. My acolyte of culinary delights. Oh dear, I could ask what year it is, but honestly, I don't find it terribly important. I finally found my place and purpose. Time holds no meaning for me.
It's totally insane.
Does he now? Why? I don't offer paid lessons, and I certainly don't run the garrison's kitchen. I can't think of any reason Captain Hubert would send his men here. Sorry? Oh, a change in command. Interesting. I do hope Captain Hubert is well. He was very kind to me when I stayed at the Keeper's. Food without taste is like a proper fight without pain.
Rumpled? What are you talking about? You found someone alive in there? Wait, Rumpled? The one who disappeared centuries ago? The chef obsessed with herring and cheese? I can't! I don't believe it! All that effort, all that money, and it's Rump?
It's sadly done to animation sync, clip sync.
I'm crying! But, well, a deal's a deal. Here's your cut. Honestly, I thought it was about the lost treasures of the Dauriata, maybe an army of undead berserkers, something that would end the world. You have no idea how scared I was of this job. And now you're telling me it was undead Rumpelt. All right, I'm feeling better now. Do you need anything else from me? If only. I can't get in touch with Brandon. And it seems that he gave the order to keep me here. Precisely here. Right in this... Don't get me wrong. I used to love it, but the... Oh.
Looks like you've got stiff competition. Some old codger brought in the head of Bold Kite. Freshly, I hadn't even posted a bounty yet. But I gave him the reward anyway. Gotta keep that kind of spirit alive. Please, stay. I can't believe you actually did it. A blade, and please accept Camelot's official. Sinon the Giant. He used to rob travelers on the road, and if he wasn't satisfied with what they had, he'd crack their heads open. Now his hefty body is lying in pieces in a puddle of... Go, the hunt... You're my... Go, chop off...
always good to have a little rest.
Bloody hell. Not another ghost. Leave me alone. I swear. Take this away from me. Don't you know this kind of thing tends to bring bad luck? I don't want to see him. I went there one evening. Gods only know why. I could feel something odd. Like I had Kendall thrashing. I've never been a godly man, you know. One time I visited a shrine. And look what that got me. I dug around a bit looking for Kendall's remains, and then I heard howling. At first, I thought it was a wild animal, or some weird beast. Thinking about it now, I guess it must have been Kendall. All right, I went there, and Kendall didn't say a thing about a burial at sea. All he said was that he won't know peace until he takes me with him to the under. I may be old, but I don't want to go there yet. The idea... God damn it! We set our friend up. Don't you understand? Tagden told the bandits to take Kendall because he was the commander. Told them he would be a good hostage. And if they let us go, he would tell the captain what had happened. And they just laughed, but... I don't know. Tagden and Finley seem fine. But I've felt bone-crushing guilt ever since it happened. Wouldn't you be wondering if you could have done something more? Finley lost his tongue, Tagden his hand, and me. Now I'm an old hobbler missing a leg. We all have wounds to... Please, take his remains away from here. Maybe...
He needs a proper burial, bro.
Always good to have a little... I promise you, dear. Cat is dead. We're safe here now.
And they just let you in with that brand? No trouble at...
No, none at all. Oh, you're... This is my savior. Oh, I really owe you for that. Here, I got a reward for Cat's head. Of course, no one believed I was the one who killed her. But to that pencil pusher up there, a head's a head.
And this is from me. It's not much. No need to worry, love. As long as we're...
Yes. I hope they'll let us stay here a bit longer. We'll make ourselves useful. But I just don't have the strength to move on.
My poor dear. Don't worry. I'll take care of you now. And before long, you'll be as right as rain.
Oh, I didn't know how else to find him. Now you've led me to him. Thank you for that. In return, I think I can let you use this shrine the way it was meant to be used. When it wasn't all tangled up by my haunting presence. Let's hope we'll...
Don't let your guard down. Strength of 100 men.
You fight like a milkmaid.
You'll pay.
Amazon here? Interesting.
Stop! Where are you rushing off to, you maniac? I'm here to make sure nobody comes in. What? Really? Huh? Oh, money. dearest. I guess I need to move then, don't I?
Yes, sister.
I'm sure I won't mess it up again. Thank you, my friend. And please, don't mention this to Arnulf. It's the fumes, you know? Go forth, and may your bloom never be too dry to smoke.
Oh my god. That hurts.
Not right. Stay focused. You'll regret this.
What they doing?
Someone's out there. Your gold belongs to us. Your road ends here. Is that supposed to be? I've taken it.
Weed? fuck I am. Nice bow.
Show yourself!
This bow is insane, bro.
Show yourself!
Uh-oh. What happened to him? think that's it.
That we do. But the bloom, you see, too many... Aye, I do. The plants are growing right behind these doors, and I can't even pass the time watching them. I'm just staring at the corridor all day. If not for my own stash, I'd have died of boredom. Great idea! I'll wait for you by the fire. Ah, it feels so good here with you. But to be completely happy, I wouldn't mind something to eat. Oh, Mommy herself must have sent you here. This is so good. Do you have anything else? A proper meal? That's more than I've had in weeks. Do you have anything else? A meal like this? You're making a friend for life here. Do you have anything else? You've fed me more than my own crew. Do you have anything? Never thought I'd be thanking someone like you. Do you have... Never thought I'd be Do you have any... Got nothing to give you but my thanks. Do you have...
What else you want?
Bless ya. Do you have it? Guess I'll be eating something other than... Do you have... This... Do you have...
Bro.
Never thought I'd... Do you have... Well, all good things come to an end. Just like this messed up world, you know? Sometimes, I just want all of this to end. Ah, the ether bloom. Ah, lovely bloom. You're lucky, man. Real lucky. They say it came from, the island asylum, you know? The Red Priests. They've got something. We've had... for stomach aches and heartaches. That's what my grandma used to say. Said took me, and that, but just... Friend, yes. You are my friend. Just like the weirdness is a friend to the bloom. Sometimes, I feel... 'Cause, you see, you can't just... You know, yeah, and then that... Oh, bruh. Yeah, but we've been chatting. Why don't you guard the entrance for a bit?
You're here alone, bro. Ten gold with each gear. Well, Burning well. Ooh.
I can... Sour herring with cheese. I can smell it. Only by expanding our desires and fully embracing pleasure can we... You will never be free from the smell of sour herring, and you should never...
always good to have a little rest.